himself up by his bootstraps.
I shook off my fatigue.
Like in The Princess Bride.
Yes.
Maybe I have the strength after all.
Precisely.
And my friend the crap out of him and then immediately collapsed.
Terror is a great motivator.
Right. He's been mostly dead all day.
Okay. Alright, so
We'll say you're now 50 feet away from the dude.
alright, Strix, turn around. We're going get to him as fast as you can.
All right. Curses and expletives begin to flow from her lips.
Naturally.
Yeah. But she will do as you say. She sort of rears back on the horse. The horse stops its forward momentum, slides a little bit in the snow, turns back toward the town square, and she tells you now she thinks this is a terrible idea and it's going to get everybody killed, especially her, and she's not happy about it.
I know this is a terrible idea and I hate what I'm doing, but I gotta do it. I'm so sorry.
And then she uses the rest of her horse's movement to go back toward the square, about 50 feet. So you're back on the edge of the square.
I'll even tell her, keep getting as far away as possible.
This is not the way to get as far away as possible.
Like, well, she'll know when the moment comes.
All right. Now we're back to Evelyn. Evelyn, you said you were basically going to grab the back end of the horse.
Yeah, I'm running for Paulton's horse, and then as soon as I reach anything I can grab onto, I just magic boots, hand on horse,
All right.
fly behind.
Yeah, so you're clinging to the side of Paulton's horse.
Or Paulton, whichever I can reach faster. If I can cling to Paulton, I also do that.
Okay. Does Paulton have anything like a cloak or a cape or any other?
Yeah. I could just fly up and just arms around his neck.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So now she's got you around the neck tightly, and now that's only a move for you, Evelyn. I guess activating your boots is also is part of an action, so you could probably do one other small thing if you wanted.
Paulton, are you hurt?
I'm okay. I'm doing all right.
Emotionally.
Then and is anybody else severely wounded in our party?
That you can see, and what sort of shape is Esmeralda in?
I took 8 points of damage. That's it.
Okay, so I actually say a brief prayer for my that the Thunder will bless me. And did I use a spell slot from trying to lay on hands on Serena? Did I expend any of my HP, or since it didn't go into her, did I? Because I have a pool of what, 25?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
We'll keep your pool.
Okay, so I
Dump that healing.
yeah, I'm gonna put 20 into myself.
Okay. When you do that, the sort of atrophy and the withering effect that you suffered seems to fade away.
Hey, Karma. What's up?
And it comes out in my voice, praise the morning Lord! I'm
Alright.
pretty again!
All right. On his turn, the invisible Strahd, who is now outlined in this crackling light, which is kind of disturbing in its own way as it comes toward you quickly through the snow. The horse again gets a little freaked out by the presence of this undead being, who then attacks not you, Evelyn, not you, Paulton, but Walter.
Going for the horse.
No! You've gone too far!
He didn't.
Yes.
Did he pass past me, Chris? Did Strahd pass past Esmeralda, or did he move around me? I'm guessing.
He moved around you. He
Yeah.
has plenty of movement to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
You guys can just sort of see him lash out at the horse, and you see blood
Nice.
streak from the horse's throat as it rears up.
I'm just continuing drawing the things I was drawing yesterday.
No.
Just trying to do.
Through hides, and you can see
I'm trying to make.
his horse's guts out upon the sand.
I'm trying to make
Make dexterity.
art. I'm trying to make the things that I'm drawing
And on the outside.
things I'm interested in having to be completed. So, you know, I might not be necessarily invested in trying to,
How'd you guys
you
do?
know,
Oh my god!
draw something.
I quit this die. What did I even get? 5.
Uh,
Okay,
like I might not be that interested in drawing some dude,
that's a 1.
but you know, like if it's something for something I'm doing, I'm probably be more interested in finishing it. I did a master study today, going to finish it tomorrow. Do you have any old master worth copying from? Uh, Someone told me that was a really good one to do.
Okay. When Walter falls, and it makes a horrible sound that DF you can hear even from the town square,
Moving faster.
the death cries of this horse. Both Paulton and Evelyn become trapped underneath it.
No!
Great.
Ah.
Ugh.
All right.
Well, at least we're trapped under here together.
Okay. So you are both currently pinned and restrained by the horse.
Doing great down here.
Esmeralda, you see this flickering silhouette standing over the dead horse. And even though you can't discern its face in any way, you see it turn toward you.
It turns towards me.
Yep, and it is your turn.
Okay. Esmeralda casts one last look at Evelyn and Paulton, kind of trapped under the horse. A kind of moment of indecision. And then can I move over towards Irina's body? Lower the rapier down to the throat, because I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing Shroud would know that she's dead, but I'll basically lower the blade down to there, towards her throat, and I'll look at towards the direction of the shimmering figure, and I'll just be like, if you truly care about this woman, then I will carve her if you go near them again. I will not let you harm them any further, monster. And can I ready an action?
Yes.
So if I believe that Strahd's coming towards me, I'd like to cast Mirror Image on myself.
Okay.
Ooh. I like it.
It's a gamble. I don't know.
All right then. Cool. Very good. Very intense. Paulton, it is your turn. You are trapped under the horse. You can attempt to use your movement to pull yourself free or squirm free, either with an athletics check,
This doesn't look correct. This looks weird.
or you can just hang out under the horse.
So this one is a jar with an eyeball in it.
Under here. I'm gonna go acrobatics check. Ooh, 19.
All right. That is enough to allow you to.
So I think, so first of all, I'm just gonna come up with ideas. So it's like some kind of jar with an eyeball in it.
At least you're no longer pinned and restrained.
So what kind of jar?
What else would you like to do? You're about only.
Yeah,
about
this is for the D&D
Strahd
game.
is flickering,
So it could be a round jar.
dangerously close to you, but he doesn't seem to be threatening you at the moment.
Could be like this.
Okay, so what can I really do with the rest of my turn aside from trying?
You still have you can stand up using what's left of your what's left of your movement, and then you could still take an action if you wanted to.
Could
or
I-
just try to crawl away or disengage or get as far away from this location as possible? You could try to use an action to pull Evelyn out from under the horse.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I have an action left, that's what I want to try to do.
Okay, that will require a strength check.
Okay. Oh
You can use
boy.
strength athletics if you have the athletics. If not, it's just straight up strength modifier.
14.
Okay, you're able to pull Evelyn out from under the horse.
My eyes turn into little hearts. Thank you.
All right.
Like, yeah, sure. Can we go?
DF Strix rides across the town square and around the back of this building, where you can see Paulton and Evelyn on the ground next to a dead horse. You can see Esmeralda standing over the corpse of Irina with a rapier blade pointed at Irina's neck. And Esmeralda seems to be threatening to kill Irina if Strahd does not back off. You can't see Strahd per se, but you can see his flickering outline standing over the dead horse.
Right. Is Strahd's steed nearby?
It is flying around in the air 40 feet overhead.
Oh, well. Not bad. Alright. So, as Strix is continuing to ride our horse, I kind of prop my feet up on it and leap from it, like land, do a sweet roll forward, and kind of get myself next to Esmeralda, also blade ready.
Okay.
I look awesome the whole time.
All right.
Like, that's how you know, Diet's back, baby.
All right. So you can land next to Esmeralda, sword bared.
Yeah.
I assume you're not saying anything at this point in time. You're just impressing with your acrobatic skill. Landing on point.
Hold on, I'm checking my memory.
Cape flapping in the cold winter wind.
Yeah, I'll just say, if Tatiana truly means anything to you, you will leave this place in peace.
All right. And then it is Evelyn's turn.
It's hard to know what to do because it's hard to know what Strahd's gonna react to it.
Fairly certain, still can't beat Strahd in a fight.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess we're just like trying to escape, but I'm trying to figure out whether I need to grab Esmeralda or stay there to protect her. Gosh, I don't know. I guess
Actually, I don't really know what the proportion should be. Let's see. Let me look up a reference.
I don't know what to do. I guess I stand ready.
I'm gonna go get my phone. Maybe it'd be easier if I just had a phone on me.
No, I just stay where I am. If I understand, I'm closer to the door, right?
And you're closer to Strahd.
Okay. Yeah.
Aw, yeah.
Right. As the flickering silhouette of Strahd stands before you, you see his hands, his flickering hands come together, and a ball of fire form between them. He then hurls that ball.
Aw, yeah. I have. Someone's gonna buy me a new monitor. Because they love me.
To make a dexterity saving throw.
Cram.
Called that bluff.
He's onto us! Natural 20.
Very good.
And that's a
And
natural one.
Oh no.
It's my first one. High Rollers fans, you know that doesn't happen that often.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn on the fan because my room is hot.
38 points of fire damage.
You did a master study, you said, Karma?
19 points of fire damage.
What did it,
Kenny Downs to further have that.
what did it, which one of what? Which one where, what? Which, tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Yeah,
I'm getting that.
I put my hands on the ground like.
Yeah, I don't really know what an eyeball looks like.
Anime character, I love it.
Like, I know people draw them, like, there's other parts to the eyeball. It's not just like this perfect little round ball. There's like, there's muscles and shit attached to the back, right? Because that's how your eye moves around.
Affected.
I mean, it's real eye in the jar. So, whenever you're trying to do something from reference, try not to do it from somebody else's imagination. Do it from your own imagine. Whoa, that's fucking cool. I'm just gonna save that as a reference. That looks so cool. Holy, those look cool. What the fuck? What the fuck? All this shit looks so cool. Okay, I'm gonna save all those photos as photo references. But yeah, you shouldn't try to, like, don't do it from other people's art. Well, you can use, like, say you wanted to draw a dog, right? You should find pictures, like real photographs of dogs, like of the kind of dog you want to do, but also you should find paintings of that kind of dog. But don't only look just at the paintings, because the painter could be wrong, right? And also they're doing some stylistic things that you don't necessarily want to copy or whatnot. So I think it's always better to find like real pictures of eyeballs. That's not a real. See, you can see all these kind of things attached to it. Yeah, see, that's a real eye, because it looks fucked up. Because it's all fucked up. Hey, what the? They put a baby? What are they doing with that baby? Giant squid eye. Yeah. So I think the closest to what I'm gonna get is, okay, all this is makeup. Wait, maybe like eye specimen. Okay, here we go. So, but this is like a goat's eye, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, there's like all kinds of like weird. There's all kind of weird stuff at the end of it. Yeah, but these aren't real. Those aren't real. All real images. See, muscle remnant and then an optical nerve. Then here. This is also a goat. I'm pretty sure this is a goat, because I took biology courses. Okay. Yeah, and it's not going to be white. It's going to be very gray, especially because it's been preserved. It's not going to be white. And scaleras aren't white anyway, so it's going to be even more gray. There's going to be a lot more brown than you imagine. That's what she said. I don't know what that means, but that's what she said. She's weird. I don't know about that one. It doesn't seem like see, it's muscle remnants. It's because whoever prepared this specimen did it properly, meaning that they removed extraneous tissue. But of course you can't remove all the muscle before you start cutting into the sclera. And what they want to do is just have a clean specimen. And it's okay if there's muscle remnants, right? Because there's no, like, division between there's no division between. I mean, there is and there isn't, but you can just like err on the side of safety. So, I mean, they cleaned off the muscle as much as they could, but then, say extrinsic muscles, they cleaned off as much muscle as they could, but then didn't like go too hardcore on it. Because you don't really need to. Ooh, look at that lens. It's weird. Why did that lens turn murky? I don't know. So you can see that there's one muscle here. So there's basically, I think there's basically 4 muscles, right? Ones that pull up and down and left and right, and then they work in conjunction to move any, like, in the diagonals. Okay, this is kind of helpful. Kinda helpful, kinda not. I think... I don't know. Alright. Let's see, let's see. Do some of this. And so let's just say this is the top area. This will have some muscle. This side will have some muscle. This side will have some muscle. The shape of the eye seems a little bit weird, so maybe I'll round it up slightly, just a scooch.
Incinerated.
Like,
So that plan's not gonna work.
Yeah, he mad. We gotta go. How dead are you, Esmeralda?
I'm not dead. No, I'm you know, I'm tough. I'm a tough lady. I'm not dead.
Dang, our
I'm
guest has
injured.
some killer hit points, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Esmeralda was sort of blasted back a few feet and is just sort of picks herself, is just sort of staggering around, smoking.
Cool red coat smoking. Yeah, I
I'm
love
like very impressed, like visibly like, oh dang girl.
All right. And then, since Esmeralda, it is your turn.
Okay, so I've seen that Diath kind of got clear of the blast, and Strahd's shape hasn't moved from where he was.
Correct.
So, and is there a building? You said that we were behind like several buildings, weren't we?
Yeah, you're behind one of the houses in the town square.
Would, and this is a question because I know Esmeralda is sort of she studied under Richten about hunting monsters and vampires and things like that. How much knowledge of them would I know? Like, would I think that if I go inside the house, Strahd won't be able to follow because they have to be invited or something, or?
You believe that the myths about vampires not being able to enter a residence uninvited are true.
Okay.
That there is a forbiddance effect, assuming he hasn't been invited into that residence before.
Yeah, that's true. That's a point. I don't know how much he's infected this.
But yes,
town.
you do believe that no matter how powerful the vampire, they can't enter a residence without information from its occupants.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call out to everybody. I'm going to say, this is a risk, but try and get inside. He might not be able to follow us. He needs to be invited inside. And I'm going to try and dash, like, inside to, like, the building. Like, try and open the door and get inside.
Absolutely. Okay.
And, sorry, and the other thing I was going to ask is would that take my whole turn to be able to get inside and do that?
So in order to run to the door, open the door,
And then
go
get in.
inside. Yes.
Okay, cool. I will try and do that then.
Okay, you shoulder your way through the back door, and you are now inside the house.
Okay.
You can see that there are some local occupants cowering in the house as well.
Mm.
They are obviously stunned by the sound of the explosion in their backyard, and they're hiding under tables pose any threat to you.
No. Can I like tell them like to like if you've got a basement, go in there, just get out of the way, or like go upstairs or something like that.
They do have a little root cellar that they can hide down in.
Yep.
So they will immediately start
Scamper
to-
in.
Okay, cool. Next up is Paulton. So Paulton, you're 5 feet away from Strahd when he hurled the fireball, or give or take.
Okay. I guess I'll.
You are the closest one to him right now.
That's good. Great. So how far is?
I found it, but I'm on my phone. Search Gustav Corbett in Google Images. It's a
I'm gonna run to the house.
it's a gay with a Snow King pike,
Esmeralda, I assume you left the door open for everybody.
hue and have blue greenish shirt.
So you
Wow, you're racist. You're rude.
would you like to take any of their actions or ready any?
You're writing some rude stuff, dude.
This is a simple one-story building with open rafters. The rafters, you can see the peak of the roof line. It's dimly lit and kind of very poorly furnished. People who live here don't have a ton of money. In fact, they keep a pen for their pigs.
What, this?
So the pigs can stay relatively warm.
Oh, lovely. I don't even know what I can do at this point. I guess I'll just go into the house.
Okay. You could either you could try to hide. You could try to
Yeah, if there's something I can like hop
Cool.
behind, maybe I can hide behind a pig.
Cool, dude.
hide behind a pig. Absolutely. These are sort of big sows. They can hide you pretty well.
All right, sweet.
Hmm.
Behind a pig. This is what we've come to.
Yeah.
You and Strix are on the back of this horse. Fireball just went off. You thought for a moment it might have incinerated Esmeralda and yourself, but you are still alive.
Uncanny dodge.
Uncanny dodge. Grab a drink.
This house is a lovely plan.
Strix is going to take her horse and run off for the time being.
Yeah, of course. This house is a lovely plan. The dude still throws fireballs. So you're putting yourself into a house where you can throw a fireball at it and then burns it.
Look, I don't think these things through.
It
Clearly.
was a good thought.
Alright. Alright, so it
What
was
is Strahd's horse doing?
still just circling
Still circling overhead.
like a large flaming vulture waiting for our corpses. So it was Paulton got inside, and
Alton and Esmeralda are both inside.
Esmeralda got inside. Alright. I'm gonna just quick whip out a dagger and throw it at Todd's.
There are a few interesting things that could go on here.
Advantage?
You do.
Yeah!
And
Check this out.
what is the nature of this dagger? Is it silvered, magical?
Regular type.
You're throwing this at Strahd?
Yeah. Alright, 23.
Okay, you are able to hit Strahd, pierce his flesh with the dagger, roll damage.
So since this is with advantage, I have sneak attack, yeah?
I don't know if I'm making it too complicated on myself, but I didn't want to make a circle one, a circle jar. I kind of wanted to have it faceted.
Alright, so it's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1.
Right now.
What?
8.
Wow.
Oh my god.
You're not exactly sure what effect, if any, of that has on Strahd. It clearly sticks in his flesh.
That's fine. As soon as it hits them,
Yep.
I don't even care about how effective it is. I also just scream out, "Come get it, bitch!" And then by cunning action, I will then dash as far away as possible. And then using my background feature of City Secrets, kind of knowing the lay of the land, where alleys are, where between houses are, and just weave through that, hoping it chases.
I wonder how much of the image is
Okay.
going to be
You don't go into
affected.
the
So what I'm gonna
terrace.
do is make another layer, maybe. Make another layer.
Right. While this,
I'm gonna put these vertical lines.
Yep, Strix has rode off on the horse.
And I think it'd be cool,
and then
Yeah, you suspect
a cool challenge for me personally, to have some glass
Just so you know, it's not your turn yet. Actually,
refraction.
it is your turn right now. You are the only party member currently in Strahd's presence. You're about 10 feet away from him. There's a dagger sticking out of the empty air where you assume he's standing. Dieth has gone like a bolt of lightning and disappeared from view. You saw Paulton and Esmeralda run into the house, and you saw Strix take off on the one surviving horse.
That looks too complicated though. Like, not too complicated, but too busy.
It is now your turn.
Oh,
Hmm.
now my turn. So, with my knowledge of such things, I would know that Strahd's mount is probably extremely loyal to him, right?
You suspect as much, yeah. He's probably lived with this mount in some way, shape, or form for hundreds of years.
I think I'm gonna change how it closes.
And the
I
horse.
I think the way it's gonna close is more of a clasp, not a not a plug.
Wouldn't necessarily be undead. It would be more like Fae or something, right?
Make a religion check for me.
I'm switching to big girl dice. I'm going to the.
Good call.
Okay. Hold on. 17.
A nightmare is not an ordinary horse. It is actually known as a demon horse or a hell horse. It is actually a fiendish creature. It is an intelligent fiend that just happens to look like a horse. And these creatures originate from the lower planes, like many demons and devils do. And they are fanatically loyal to their evil masters. And not in any way, shape, or form a natural creature.
So, if I were to cast command, I can only do the commands listed, right? Approach, drop, flee, grovel, or halt.
Any one-word command is
Okay.
acceptable. Those are examples.
Die.
And the spell is definitely within range.
I think I put too many facets on it. I think it should be less. I think it'd be
Trying to think of a
better if
spell
it was
that's a
less.
one-word command that will be take your master and leave. But I'm trying to think of like retreat, but then the horse might
Hmm.
by itself.
Yeah.
Betray.
Hold on, I'm thesaurusing myself. Betray, that's pretty good.
Betray's a good one, yeah.
I'm trying to think of like save us, like if there's a word for like
Rescue?
hide, rescue.
how confident are you being able to temporarily charm a nightmare?
I don't know, not very. It's worth a shot.
I kind of want to do a little bit of atmospheric. That's not the right layer. I'll do a little atmospheric
I'm gonna try
drawing.
betray. I'm gonna cast command on the nightmare and point at Strahd and say betray.
Okay. And it's got to make a saving throw, wisdom saving throw, right?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. That does not seem to have
No!
any effect on the horse whatsoever.
Damn it!
Oh, that's weird.
I tried. What else am I supposed to do?
You have some movement left if you'd like.
I run for the house, even though he's gonna set it on fire.
There's still a breakdown crying. That's an option.
All right.
I would run, but Evelyn would not leave her compatriots there, and since both Paulton and Esmeralda are in the house, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
So for the record, no one has hit Strahd yet until I threw that dagger at him.
Right. None of us even tried.
Great.
Yep.
Maybe he'll be mad at me.
Yeah, first blood, dude. Good job.
Yeah.
First blood.
Okay.
Hmm.
So Evelyn, you run into the house. You close the door behind you.
I think maybe this one would be darker because these pieces of glass are closer together.
Don't close it without.
I think the side ones would be darker, maybe.
No.
Darker over there. The most light in the center.
Screw him, he made his choice.
Kind of like this.
Okay.
Just flexes his muscles and it falls out.
Alrighty. DF,
Yeah.
make a stealth check.
Ooh, you got it. I would like to use the inspiration I gained from a couple of sessions ago on myself because a 3 is not good.
No.
Uh, 23.
Okay.
My inspiration's gone, so that sucks.
Well, it was put to good use.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the time to use it.
Okay, what?
DF,
What do you mean landscapes or portraits?
you do note, because you're a smart, that you are leaving footprints in the snow behind you.
Yep.
What you talking about, Willis?
You deke around corners and see whether or not you have baited the fiend. In fact, the flickering form of Strahd does seem to be following. He moves about twice as fast as you do, however.
Even with my dashing?
Who do I prefer?
Free wall dashing is a total of 90 feet, right?
This is double move, yeah?
And then bonus thing.
So 30-foot move, 30-foot dash.
You know, maybe I'm approaching this wrong. Maybe I should just draw the jar first. I should just draw the jar first,
Outpacing you.
and then I'll draw the eyeball in a layer under it, and then that'll make sense. I shouldn't draw the eye first. I should draw the jar
Away
first.
from the party, though, so.
Yay!
Yes. The rest of the party can sense no imminent threat. You don't
And what do
see
you mean, like,
the door, you don't hear him
which do I prefer? Do I prefer drawing, like, in landscape? Or, like, are you talking about canvas orientation, like landscape or portrait? Or do you mean, like, do I like drawing people or, like, scenery?
Out there by herself. We need to make sure she's okay. She's prone to just falling apart sometimes, but we can't leave Dia. What do we
Not
do?
that attitude, we can.
Glance carefully. Are there any? I was gonna say, are there any other windows out of the room, like leading out onto like another street or something like that, like away from
There
where?
are windows facing the back, which you can no longer see anything there except Irina's incinerated corpse and the dead Walter horse. And there are windows facing the front, which face the town square.
Okay.
And
So
there
we
you
could try
probably
and-
see Strix, racing off on a horse.
Oh, so we can see Strix racing off towards the gates.
Yep.
Okay. Your friend with the horse is making for the gates. I'm not sure if we can save your other friend.
Diath, you realize that Strahd knows exactly.
Yes, what?
Zeroing in on your location. Your turn will come up again. What would you like to do?
This is fine.
You know what? I have a jar that's like this. I'll just bring it out and use it.
One hiding rogue.
Evelyn just drops on her knees and starts praying while she thinks about what to do.
Diath, what would you like to do?
I have a jar that is just like this.
Or can I tell that, or
So I have it on my desk now.
I'm a vampire?
We got a
Okay.
this sort of dazzling, flickering outline of a man chasing after you.
I keep scrolling scrolling through my spells, being like, what to do? What to
Yeah.
do? Tell me just like some magic solution.
All right. Where am I located now?
Okay, so I guess if you were to ask me which do I prefer, I guess the answer, a truthful answer, would have to be probably portraits. Like I've done many portraits. I usually gravitate towards drawing portraits. But it's I gravitate towards drawing portraits because you know, most people are interested in seeing portraits, right? Like myself included, I really like looking at portraits. But at the same time, I do like landscapes, and whenever I see someone's really nice landscape painting, I'm always really impressed. I'm always like, holy shit, that's really good. That looks so good. Like, that's amazing. So, I mean, I guess I would say I prefer portraits, but it's not because I dislike landscapes. It's just, I think portraits are what I'm naturally kind of attracted to. I'm a portrait sexual. You know? Yeah, just, I don't know, landscapes are really cool. Just, especially narrative landscapes. I don't know if that's like a real term, but like, there are landscapes that are paintings that are done in a way that are very, that tell a story. So I'm not necessarily that interested in landscapes that don't tell stories. But like ones that kind of tell a story where there's a person in it, or like there are people doing stuff. I really like those. Those interest me a lot. But yeah, I mean, landscapes are essential, you know? Like I don't think I've ever seriously tried to do one, so that's like how little experience I have with landscapes. Okay, I shall continue this jar. But yeah, landscapes are cool. It's something I need to get into. There's one there's one streamer, his name is Vorp. I think that's how you spell it. He's really good at landscapes, and I watch him to learn stuff about landscapes. And you know, it's kind of calming to just watch. It's just calming to watch somebody do landscapes. There's something very calming about it. Do you sometimes have the urge to go to a kindergarten and tell the kids that their art sucks and should quit? Yes. No. Why would I ever have that feeling? I don't have that. I don't have I don't have bad intentions. I only have good intentions. How I'm a good person. I'm always nice to everybody.
Okay, try to get up on a roof somewhere.
Yep, and with my fast handed ability.
Yep.
For, second story work, it doesn't take any extra movement or anything.
Okay.
So I'd just like to.
These are pretty easy buildings to climb, so you're able to climb up onto the roof of one of the nearby buildings. You can see there's a dusting of about 2 inches of snow on the thatch, and you're able to get up there. The wind sort of catches your clothes. You're up there and kind of ruffles them and blows them around you.
Yeah, it looks pretty epic, right?
Yes. From up here, you can see as the snow continues to fall around you. There's snow covering the ground. There's the blasted remains of the wine wagon in the town square. You can see Strix riding off toward the town gate, screaming at the guards to open the gates.
Okay, I can see Strix from here.
Yeah.
I can see the house that my allies were in.
Yeah, you're probably like a couple houses down from that now.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. Hopefully they keep me up
Cool.
too. So all right. I'll
All right.
just be on the rooftop, standing there.
All
feeling
right. The flickering form of Strahd
Yeah.
ascends to the roof. About 10 feet away from you, crawls up onto the end of the roof.
I don't know. I mean, I joke around about it a lot that I'm kind of a jerk, but you know, I struggle with that. You know, I try not to be overly critical because, you know, I'm overly critical with myself, right? So it makes sense that somebody who is very critical of themselves would naturally be pretty critical of others, maybe. Sometimes, like, sometimes that's true. Sometimes people are only critical of themselves because they're not really that interested in other people, so they don't really care about.
And he basically tries to subvert your will, but you fend him off.
Oh my gosh, you're so strong-willed.
Taking away the brain pain.
Yep,
But
that's all that he wants to do.
you know, I'm never. No, I am. Sometimes I am a jerk. Like, I don't know. It's so difficult because sometimes you're a jerk and sometimes you're not a jerk, you know? Like, it's so difficult to say sometimes. I don't know, sometimes I am being an asshole. Sometimes I am just like, you know, I'm trying to shit on people. I'm trying to shit on people real hard to make myself feel better, so. It's, you know, it's like the human. It's such a human thing, such a silly human thing to like want to shit all over somebody else because you feel insecure about something. So because you feel insecure, you want to bring people down to your level. So like if you feel insecure about, you know, your art or where you are in life, you want to shit on other people and on their art and where they are in their life. So you don't feel like there's such a big disparity between you and that other person. But you know, that's not really a cool, like that's not that cool to advertise, you know? Like, oh hey everybody, sometimes I'm real petty. You know, I'm so petty sometimes. But you know, that's kind of like how it is. But in general, I don't necessarily mean to, or in general, I'm not necessarily conscious of what I'm doing. You know, sometimes you're not conscious necessarily of what you're doing. You're just kind of doing whatever, and then you inadvertently are being an asshole. Like, unintentionally being an asshole to people. And you don't fully understand why, because you're just doing what your brain's telling you to do. You're just doing what your emotions are telling you what to do. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of, kind of in the end, at the end of the day, whatever other people are doing, the things that other people are doing is irrelevant. Like, if their art sucks, who cares? You know? Like, if somebody's art sucks, who cares? Like, if you think their art sucks, who cares? Stop thinking about it. Just work on your own art, right? They're like, you're just, like, I mean, I'm not saying there's zero value in contemplating other people's art, because you could look at somebody's art and you could see how it's unsuccessful in a way that you don't like. Like, you could look at somebody's art and say, I don't like that they drew the face like this, or this person has a tendency to draw faces like this, and I think that's stupid and that's sucky or whatever, right? Like, there is some value in doing that because you learn about your own art style. Like, you learn about what you would do differently, which is always good. It's always good about learning about your own art aesthetic. But in general, I mean, if they're just some nobody, if they're just some like whatever, like most of the time, just don't spend your time talking shit about people, because it's just like, it's not worth your time. It's not worth your time. It makes you look like an asshole, and it makes you look like an asshole, and it makes people not like you. Like, you just seem like a jerk. And one thing about life in general, and like, like your career, sometimes there is a person who is a better artist. So like, there may be a better artist than me, but if the people who are doing the project like me better, they might want to work with me. Because it's not just about, oh yeah, people only hire their friends, and it's kind of like bullshit, and it's such a bullshit like nepotism thing where people only hire their friends. It's not just that, but like, if you've ever had to try to work with people you don't like that's the worst, Like, you don't want to work with someone who's like an asshole to everybody, because it's not even just like, okay, I have to deal with this one person who's kind of a jerk. A jerky personality can poison a group dynamic. So what that means is, one person who's like hypercritical and kind of really jerky can poison the group dynamic in a way such that if you have very sensitive people working with you, they don't feel comfortable speaking up, and then that person effectively silences the other person, which isn't good. And then some like people start becoming uncomfortable, and then they don't work the best. I mean, it's obvious that people work the best when they feel comfortable. So, sure, there might be someone who's very, very talented, but if no one likes working with them, it might be a good idea not to go with somebody else, if that person's gonna bring everybody else down and like make everyone feel shitty and like whatever, like, it's not worth it sometimes. I mean, and that's a very situational thing. Like, if you are the best machine learning computer programmer, then it doesn't matter if you're a jerk, because you're the best one in the world. You make the most efficient programs and the most sophisticated programs. People will just have to deal with how shitty you are, But like, those are rare situations where you are a very specific commodity, right? Like, if you're a celebrity, celebrities get that kind of pass, right? Because there's only one of them, right? Like, someone with a very specific celebrity, it's hard to replace them, right? So, like, say if Chris Evans, just imagine if, no. Okay, imagine if Robert Downey Jr., right, Iron Man, if he was if he was an asshole and he was a jerk, but his movies make so much, like the Iron Man movies make so much money, people will just do anything to keep him happy, right? Because they want to make money off him, right? So even if like on set he's such an asshole, or like he demands weird things on set, you kind of have to just put up with it because the movies are so successful, and even though he's under contract to do the movies, you know, like he could do them shitty, like like there's no like it's just better to keep him happy, right? Instead of him being unhappy and wanting to leave the franchise, or you know, he shows up but like does a really shitty job of doing all the acting, right? So it's but like in most cases you're not like a superhero god Jesus person, so you kind of just have to be a nice person and not be shitty to people. Ooh, this seems like a good situation to use this watercolor brush. It's called watercolor buildup. Let me see what this one does. Okay, this brush isn't doing anything. Wait, what? Why is this brush not doing anything? Oh, it's just super faint. Oh, I should have been using this. Look how cool that looks. Very, very painterly. Very reminiscent of actual watercolor. Really cool. So this is a watercolor wash. So I think it has actually very little... Its texture is very light. So I think I shouldn't use it with opacity or flow, because you can see how light it is. So it builds up very naturally. That's pretty cool, actually. I think I'm gonna use that on this painting, maybe. Hey, can you give me some advice about a girl I like? Yeah. Tell me. Give me your dating questions. I love answering questions. I love it. Please tell me. First of all, David, let's treat this like a true advice column or advice radio show. Hello, David. Welcome to the program. Where are you from and how old are you? Next up, we have David. He is 24 from Seattle calling in. Yes, David. And he wants some advice about a girl he likes. Go ahead, David. Go ahead, David. We're listening. Jason, who else do we have? We have another caller, Jason? Okay. Yeah. So we have David here from Florida, sunny Florida. He's 17 years old, and he wants some advice about a girl he likes. Go ahead, David, you're on the air. No, don't do what that guy says. That guy's the worst. Don't do what that guy says. He's the worst. So, watercolor, round watercolor? Maybe not that. Oh, that looks nice, actually. Ooh, where'd I go? Actually looks pretty cool. So basically, okay, I'm gonna do your voice. So I'm gonna do my radio voice, and then I'm gonna do your voice. Uh, Thanks for taking my call, Slumbering Giant. Um, so basically, I like this girl I work with, and I just started talking to her. And I don't really have much experience with girls, because I've never had a girlfriend or anything. So I was just wondering if you knew, any tips you can give me on talking to girls and, flirting and stuff like that. Thank you, I'll take my answer off the air. Yes, yes, yes. Well, David. Well, David from Florida. Okay, let me think of an answer. Um. Uh. Well, actually, I don't really know what this radio personality is. Like, what kind of radio host is this? Is this kind of like a misogynistic kind of dude? Is he like a shock jock radio person, or is he kind of like a really sensitive, nice person, or a really cold? Well, I mean, okay, so my real advice would be, David, thank you for your call, David from Florida. David, girls are complicated. You know, each girl's a little bit different. So, some girls respond well to aggressive, and that's not very PC because, there's all this like stuff about, hey, don't sexually harass people. But like, so just in general about women, some people, or just people in general, some people like being, pursued. Like, some people really like being pursued and having that kind of power to say, oh no, yes, chase me. I'm going to refuse. I'm going to refuse your request to go on a date, but I would like to be chased. Some people are like that, but it's so difficult to know who is like that. You have to really understand the person. But if someone's like telling you to fuck off and like they're not interested, like if they tell you a few like don't be like a weird sexual harassment person, but if someone like politely tells you, like if you kind of like, ask somebody nicely, oh hey, I think it would be cool if we went on a date. I really like you. And then they say no, but they kind of string you along, and then you like ask them again, and you ask them like maximum maybe like 3 times. If someone refuses you 3 times, it's time to give up. 1, they're just fucking with you. 2, maybe they just don't, you know, maybe like 1, if they actually did want you to just chase them forever, you don't want that kind of shit. That's a bullshit relationship. So 1, they're just like fucking with you, and they're like having this kind of weird power. So like fuck that person. 2, they just might not actually like you, so you should stop asking. Like, don't harass people, right? Um, and along that line of harassment, it's a little bit difficult. I know you're 17, so you're really young. Um, it's kind of, it probably doesn't matter as much wherever you're working, because you're 17. I imagine you're working, I don't know, where do you work? Do you work in an office? Do you work at like a fast food place? Do you work in retail? You know, depending on what the work situation is, it might be kind of inappropriate to ask somebody out. Depending on how you do it and depending on the job. Okay, so it's a supermarket. If she works in a different department from you, I think it might be pretty good. It might be okay to date somebody from your supermarket, like from your workplace, because say she works in meat and you work in produce, you don't have to maybe work together so much. So like 1, if she rejects you, it'll be kind of less awkward. You don't have to like see her all the time. Two, if you actually dated and then it ends poorly, you don't have to see each other all the time. Like, you don't have to directly work with her all the time. So there's kind of that, and like you kind of want to be careful about. I think in probably most situations, if you're like, if you ask in a very polite way, and it should be okay, maybe, you know. But everybody responds to that kind of thing differently. I know if I worked at a place and there was somebody like say I worked somewhere and then somebody there likes me and they kept asking me out, I would feel kind of uncomfortable, maybe. Like, it's kind of different for a girl to like the way women feel uncomfortable about being asked out. Um, so that's one concern. Just like you got to be kind of careful about how you approach it. Two is like, how long have you actually known this person? Are you getting any kind of signals that they like you? So just asking somebody straight up, hey, do you want to go on a date, is a little bit, that's like high risk with kind of like whatever rewards. Because, you know, if somebody is interested in you, right, you can kind of tell, you know, like if you're talking to a girl and she like finds you cute or thinks you're interesting, she will kind of show it. Like, people generally show that they like her. Um, People generally show that they like the other person, right? They will kind of be extra nice to them. They will find that you're like, funnier than you actually are. People will do things for you when they like you, and it's kind of easy to tell when people, kind of like you. So, yeah, I wouldn't just straight up ask people to go on a date if you have no inkling that they're actually interested in you. Um, so that would be kind of my advice. But if you want, I guess what your question should be is, what should you do that will lead up to a point where you can make a decision on whether or not of whether or not you should ask her to go on a date. Right? That's what your real question should be. How should you behave to a person you like so that you can have the information on to make a decision of whether or not to ask them on a date? So I would I would treat them nice. Just treat them nicely. Um don't do anything too forward, cuz like if you're not used to flirting and whatever, don't do anything too forward. Be kind of nice. But show you have interest. Don't make it creepy, because some people make it real creepy real fast. And like, I don't know what you look like, I don't know what she looks like, but like, one of the largest factors in what makes someone's flirting seem creepy is whether or not the recipient of the flirting thinks that the flirter is attractive or not, right? So, like, just imagine yourself, right? If you were on the street and then a very attractive woman came up to you and started flirting with you, you'd be like, sweet, this is amazing. Like, this really hot woman is like flirting with me, right? Like that's amazing, right? But then you kind of flip the story and you're like a very not attractive, like a woman that you wouldn't find attractive at all, like a woman that you think is really unattractive starts flirting with you, then you're kind of like, oh, this is kind of creepy maybe, right? So so it can be kind of like don't don't go too hard, you know. Um but just show them you have interest. Like show and you said you've only talked to her a few times. So you don't even know if you like her, you know? Like you don't even know her. You don't even know her yet. Like you've talked to her a few times, you think she's cute, obviously, right? And then you want to get to know her, right? So I think your approach should be just try to get to know her in a real way. Just like ask questions, and if she is receptive to you trying to get to know her, then that will give you, you know, a little more information that maybe she does like you, or maybe she's open to being friends or something, right? I mean, a lot of these signals can mean a lot of things, right? Like it could mean she's interested, or it could mean, that she just is a very friendly person and likes to get to know everybody, right? But I think what I would say is just try to get to know her and treat her very nicely, you know? And I think those two things combine, and especially because I assume you're a dude, and dudes and girls don't necessarily, I think a woman would expect a dude being really nice to her to be to be a person that's interested in her, right? So if I was a girl and a dude was being really nice to me and asking me a lot of questions, in the back of my mind, I'd be thinking, is this guy interested in me, or is he just trying to be a friend, right? So there's always that question between men and women when they're starting to become when they start to quote unquote get to know each other. So I think that'll probably be something rolling around in the back of our minds, like, oh, is this guy just being really nice, or is he or is he or does he want to get in my pants, or does he want to date me or something, right? So I think what you should do is just treat her real nice and try to get to know her, because all you know right now is that you think she's cute, right? So get to know her. Don't put too many expectations on it. Just feel out the relationship, right? Just get to know her, ask her questions about herself, ask her about stuff she likes, bring up stuff you like, because you need to have some stuff in common, right? You can't just think somebody's hot and have a relationship, because if you have nothing in common, it's like, what's the point, right? Bring up some things, because maybe when you get to know her, she'll say some things that are deal breakers for you, right? Or maybe you'll say some things that are deal breakers for her. So it's better to find out at the beginning if they're deal breakers, right? Sort of. That's a little bit of a contentious area, because some things can be overlooked. I've definitely dated people who are very different from me, and some of those things that I found out about them might have been a deal breaker on date one, but aren't a deal breaker later on because you've gotten to know them more, right? So like a deal breaker that some people might think is like, oh, like it might be political, right? Like a Democrat might not want to date a Republican, right? But then if you kind of get to know the person, and then later on, you're like say you're a Democrat and they're a Republican, and then you're like, what, you're a Republican or something, and you think those things, but like you're already inside the relationship and you already kind of know them, it's a little bit different. But on date one, it might have been a deal breaker, but later on, it might not be a deal breaker, because you already kind of understand them and you're not just kind of judging them based on this small bit of information. So yeah, just get to know her. Um, you should be able to see if she's interested in you. Like, you should be able to see if she's interested in having some kind of relationship with you, whether it's friendship or romantic. Because if you're really nice to her and you start asking her questions about yourself, um, if she's interested, she'll ask questions about you, you know? Like, so if you ask her, hey, where'd you go to school? Or, like, what kind of stuff do you like to do? Oh, I like playing pool. Do you like pool? I like the music of Rihanna. Do you like Rihanna? Or something. Like, if you start asking her a bunch of questions and then you start finding some topics and you start, you start finding some topics to talk about and it gets going and then she starts to ask you questions, then you can sort of see if she starts to like you. But, like, beyond that, like, some really like, it's hard to say, like some really concrete ways of, it's hard to just explain verbally what flirting looks like, but I think you should be able to feel it. I mean, if you've ever watched movies where people flirt with each other, I think you should be able to feel. Hey, Cuthbert. I think you should be able to feel. Um, I think you should be able to feel it, you know? Because if she likes you, she's gonna treat you really nice and ask you a bunch of questions. So I think that's what you should do. Sorry, I started rambling and I started, like, repeating myself a lot, but uh, I think that's what you should do. Just be real nice, ask questions, and then with this approach, you don't have to commit, right? It's not, like, embarrassing, right? You don't have to go up and just say, hey, you want to go on a date with me? I think you're cute. Like, that can be really embarrassing because obviously they could say no, right? So, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Thank you, caller. I don't know if that was helpful. You'll see her Sunday? Nice. Yeah, just find moments to talk to her. Nice. Yeah, try to sit with her during lunch or something. See if she's open to you sitting beside her during lunch, or if you guys have a break together, talk to her. Should be pretty casual. Nice. Yeah, see? Cuthbert knows. Don't force it. Just, yeah, just be flirty and kind, you know? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Um, I think doing that too much could be kind of creepy. So I think just do casual stuff. Like if some dude was just looking at me, you just smile. Just hold like if try not to do it. Like don't stare her down during the day or something, or like when you're talking. Just um okay, so if you're across the room, sure you can take a look, but don't like stare at her. Um and if she happens to look back at you from across the room, you know, hold the eye contact and maybe just like wave hello and just go, "Oh, hello." Whatever. Like don't do anything crazy and then like stop, right? And then maybe look back and maybe if they're still looking at you, that means something or maybe it means nothing, right? But like when you're talking to somebody, don't do anything like crazy, like super intense eye contact. Just keep it kind of casual. Smile, sometimes look at that person when they're talking to you. You know, don't stare her in the eyes, you know, while she's talking to you. Maybe like look at the mouth, look at the eyes, look away, look at your food. Like don't like some people think, "Oh yeah, you know what's really like flirty and like romantic is when someone gives me undivided eye contact." That is so creepy. That is so creepy. Holy shit, is that creepy? Like fucking someone just like giving you that eye contact. Like that's fucked up. I don't want that shit. I don't want that shit in my life. And okay, I gotta make another layer. I'm gonna do the background. I'm gonna use a watercolor wash, maybe? Wash, is this one? My eraser. Oh shit. No, my computer did not like that. Jesus, I can't see it. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off. Make this brush a lot smaller. Is this brush even working? Holy shit. My computer can't handle this brush right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this brush. This? Oh, okay. Zoom out. turn on the opacity. Use a little bit darker. That's a bit too much. All right. How'd your drawing turn out, Cuthbert? Weren't you were drawing some dude? You were drawing some dude that thought it would a good idea to take a nap. Ooh, that's a fun background. Oh, not like that. I don't know, man. It's I know you say you don't have much experience flirting, but it's pretty obvious when people are flirting with you. Like, they're just when people are flirting with you, they are too nice. They are laughing at every stupid joke you say. They are like, it's real. Like as you get more experience with it, you'll be able to see it. And it's just like people are real unsubtle about it, They're just like they just want your D so bad. They're just like it's pretty easy to see. What's my pickup line? There's no pickup line, Like the best thing to say is hello, as lame as it sounds, the best pickup line is just hello. Hello, my name is whatever. Most people will not respond well to like a pickup line. So one thing that people forget about glass objects is that they think glass objects don't cast shadows. Like they think that they don't cast shadows, but they do. So I think I'm going to do the lighting from this direction, going this way. So the places where there will be shadows are the vertices. So you can imagine that all these faces are facets, and that's where most of the shadows will be concentrated, because that's where the angles of the glass are the most acute, and the most acute angles of transparent objects, the more acute the angle, the more refracted the light becomes. And refracted means the light is bouncing, right? So if the light bounces and it doesn't travel in a straight line anymore, it will create a shadow, right? Because if you imagine a shadow, so just like a normal shadow, right? So you have a box. You just have some box, right? You have some box and it's sitting there, right? And you have a light source. The light is moving in all directions, and the box is blocking the light. So because the box is blocking the light, this becomes shadow. So a shadow is just the absence of light. A shadow is just the absence of light. So it's just a surface that is not receiving a lot of light. So there's no difference between a shadow being created because light has been blocked, or a shadow that's been created because why is this acting weird? What brush am I using? There's no difference between a shadow being created by blocked light and a shadow that's been created because of refracted light. Because if light is being bent and directed somewhere else, it just means that this area of the surface is getting less light. And because it's getting less light, it creates a shadow. That's what a shadow is. It's an area that has less light. So that's why clear objects still cast a shadow. It's not a cast shadow, but clear objects still have a shadow behind them, if that makes sense. So if I'm doing the lighting from this way, coming this way, and then also in the parts of the shadow, quote-unquote shadow, where the light does get through, those areas tend to be brighter. So it's like the combination of light being redirected somewhere else. So it's like light areas and shadow areas. So all the light that was redirected from the shadow areas tend to be focused in the light areas. So let me see. Let me get that watercolor again. So because the light's being redirected from there, the redirected light should be heading between, like some of it should appear here in the middle. And that really gives a sense of a transparent object, the lighting coming through. Alright, see ya, camera.
On his turn. Those of you who are back in the house, you haven't seen.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can have a pickup line. Like that's such a weird idea to have a pickup line.
I stand up with like resolve and I say, I know that DF would
Do
want
you have a pickup line, Cuthbert?
that not to be in vain, and we must go find Strix. We need to flee.
I agree. It's pragmatic and it may seem ruthless.
I mean, I don't know.
We're not ready.
I think pickup lines are kind of awkward, you know? Like the truth of the situation is, in almost, I feel like in the majority of situations where you meet somebody and you talk for like a few moments, you usually kind of know if you're attracted to that person, you know? Like when you go to a club and you look at someone across the room, you probably understand enough about that person to be attracted to them, you know? So it's like pickup lines just make it awkward, but also the nice thing about pickup lines is that in a very, you know, the nice thing about pickup lines is that in a very kind of light-hearted, kind of not that serious kind of way, you can show that you're interested in them in that way, in that kind of romantic way, without it being too serious, you know, and non-committal. So if you went up to somebody and like said some kind of like a decent pickup line, that person automatically understands from the get-go the reason why you're talking to them, and it's a bit euphemistic, which is nice because the thing about euphemisms is that euphemisms are social lubricants, you know. It's a way of asking for something, or it's a way of stating something that otherwise is a little bit too harsh to say plainly. So what that means is, you know, sometimes after a date, and so, like you take somebody home, the person whose home it is, they will ask you, "Hey, do you want to come up for some coffee?" You know, or "Hey, do you want to come up and watch a movie?" Or "Hey, do you want to come up and watch some Netflix and chill?" You know, these are euphemisms. Not all the time, but a lot of times it's used as a euphemism for, "Hey, do you want to come into my apartment and let's like have sex," right? But when you say, "Hey, do you want to come up and have some coffee?" And it's at night, the other person can refuse the coffee and not have it be awkward, you know? Like if you refuse coffee at night, it's not that awkward to say, "Oh, I don't really feel like having some coffee right now. I'm okay, I'm good on the coffee." It's a very polite way of everyone beating around the bush, you know, it's a euphemism. So like he's not refusing having sex with you, or she's not refusing to have sex with you. They're just refusing coffee. They don't want coffee. It's not about the sex. But if they say yes, it's about sex. You know, like it's that in this way, there's plausible deniability on everybody's part, so everybody gets to save face, which is kind of interesting.
Find his own way.
The windows on the front, you said, Chris, are they locked or can we just open them to get out?
You could open them to get out from here. They just swing open.
What brush is this?
We should just, if we
I really dislike
we
that.
can lose him somehow. Maybe
It
we
doesn't
can
say
find
what
some
brush
sort
I'm using. What brush am I using?
Well, I'm not staying alone with the pigs, so
Alton is going to hide with the pigs.
You're gonna stay there?
no, I said I'm not staying alone with pigs.
Oh.
Oh, I thought you said you were. Okay, great.
No.
So we
Okay.
just open the door and
Saunter out into the front.
not saunter, sprint.
Sprint. Okay, I'd like the three of you to make perception checks to see if you can see what's all happening out here.
Oh my god. Evelyn doesn't pay any attention to anything ever.
It's hard because
Nope.
there's snow falling and it's the
Ooh.
visibility's reduced. Oh, nice roll there.
only an 8 for us.
So what I'm doing here is I'm defining the jar first.
The front of the house, you're facing the town square. You can see and hear Strix, although she's quite far away now, about 90 feet away, heading away from you on horseback toward the village gates. And she's making enough noise with the clopping of the hooves and her calling out to the gate guards to open the goddamn gate. And then you also see on a building, on top of a house, about 2 buildings down from you,
I'm defining the jar first.
Von Zarovich, standing toe to toe against the wind-blown form of Diath Woodrow. They are basically squaring off on a rooftop.
Oh, very cool.
And then, oh no, I'm on the wrong layer.
He looks cool.
No.
That guy.
Alright, select all,
You can sort of
delete.
point that out to your less aware companions.
I'm like,
Guys, look how cool Dieth looks right now. Look at that. He looks so
wow,
good.
he
Diath
does
is about
look
100
really
feet
cool.
away from you guys, so both Diath and Strix are about the same distance from you at this point.
It's a choice. It's a Mass Effect choice.
Diath,
Which one do you save?
Yeah.
what would you like to do on your turn? You've got Strahd on a rooftop.
I put my short sword away. And I say, enough of this. Came here for a reason. What is it that you want?
And no other. Just talking at him at this point.
At the same time, I'm kind of actually being keenly.
No weapon out.
No weapon out. I'm being keenly aware of.
So I'm doing that.
Horse-
There's some bright areas here, I think. So probably want to use soft round to play up the light.
Oh, come on!
It's
Okay.
called out in the night.
At this point, I would like Diath and everybody
And
else.
these lines straight up and down definitely would be lighter. They tend to have light in them.
Everyone's like, the snow's really pretty out here these days. It's just, you know, face of adversity. We can find such beauty in nature.
Yep.
I got an 11.
10 for Esmeralda.
7.
Okay, so I think I want to work on the eye a little bit. So I'm gonna get the hard round. So I'm just gonna use the hard round to do the sketch.
While you have been fixated on Strahd, you have lost momentary track of his fire.
And there's also gonna be liquid in the jar. So there's liquid that I have to be cognizant of. So I'm gonna select eye,
Hear it or see it at the last moment.
and then eye, and then I'm gonna put the eyeball in.
Uncanny dodge!
Give me that.
So it's making an attack roll against you, and it only it didn't.
No one can stop Diath's uncanny dodge.
Uncanny dodge.
What is your armor class?
My armor class is 16.
All right, it misses you with its fiery
So
ooze.
I'm gonna make an eyeball here, and then I'm gonna remember to attach some muscles to the eyeball.
Now this is because you weren't surprised. If you want to, you could make an opportunity. Well, you haven't got a weapon drawn. Never
And
mind.
an eyeball over here. I mean, some muscle over here.
Is there anything you'd like
Falling
to
off muscle and fat, I
basically blow
guess.
past you through the snow?
And then the back of the eyeball is slightly grape shape. It's not a perfect sphere. I'm gonna remember to put a little bit of optic nerve, not too much.
So,
Just some.
nightmares, are they like literally on fire or?
Do they just look like they're on fire, or is it
They
real?
are actually on fire, but not
Yeah.
completely on fire.
Right.
If you're, well, we'll see.
Oh no.
It looks like it could be ridden without you getting burned.
I think that'd be a weird choice if the iris wasn't facing us.
Also, nightmares are like the coolest thing ever.
I do like this plan.
Alright, I'm getting away from this rooftop. I'm using Strahd's horse to do it.
Get it! Get it!
I am.
So you're gonna put the iris in, and then also you're gonna make sure you have a little bit of a
on that
bump.
horse.
All right, you sort of,
Even if it's just going away from him, it's still going away from him.
okay.
I'm so excited!
All right.
So fucking dead.
I think, would it be closer or further away?
Kind of, captured
Not further away. I think it should be closer.
do you have animal handling, perchance?
Yeah, somewhere like that.
In that
Because it's slightly concave. It should be slightly closer to us
make a dex
than away from us. Because the iris is, like,
sensational.
not in every situation, but the iris is actually slightly concave.
22!
So it should be slightly closer towards us if it's a concave surface.
You, as it goes by, you're able to throw yourself up onto its back and are now riding it off the rooftop.
Are you singing Pony by Genuine?
Yep.
Good.
All right.
Actually, I'm mostly going. "Ah!"
Yes. And now you are clinging onto this creature, which is going to.
Hmm.
steer up
Yeah, I don't. Man, maybe this is too difficult. I don't really know how to do that kind of.
Again.
I don't really know how to do multiple warpings.
and that changes Strahd's tactics somewhat. At this point,
So, okay, maybe I'll make another layer to make it easier on myself. So then I'll draw it in red maybe to see. So, if this is where it normally would be, if I warp it, if it warps, does it look more like the angle's fucked up?
those who are keeping an eye on Strahd can see fog begin to billow up all around the house.
No.
suddenly the house, Strahd, and everything in his general vicinity becomes obscured.
It's like
Back
this.
in regular initiative order. So, Evelyn, what would you like to do?
Yeah, this is really
I
difficult just to do by hand.
cast Find Steed, and all at once appears.
That's a little difficult.
what looks
Maybe I could
almost
just do it after the fact. Maybe I'll do.
exact opposite
Maybe
of
I'll
the
just
way
draw it normally.
because it's
If I draw it normally and then I just
and instead of
copy it
fire,
as a layer
green
and then
lights
move it.
waving that make its mane and tail. And if you look closely, it almost looks like there's
Good
tiny
eye.
feathers at the shoulders, not wings, mind you. Someone told me that Pine Mount can't summon a horse with wings, but it's like the fur almost looks like it's in the shape of cute little ornamental but non-functional wings.
That's hilarious.
Almost.
And
When you cast that spell, and you're casting it for the first time, not in the lands to which you are accustomed, but into the dark domain of
Uh-oh.
Ravenloft.
You're not getting a pay.
What appears before you is not what you expect at all, but a sort of horrible, bony, undead version of that. You see this skeletal.
oh, Chris.
You see this skeletal horse with bits of tattered flesh clinging to its ivory bones appear before you. Tiny vestigial.
I'm so sad.
Oh, does it work or not?
Yvonne just like 2 tears just slide down her cheeks, but then she bravely walks up to it and strokes its muzzle and just says, "You're there," and then beckons to her friend.
Despite the horse's appearance, it does, in all respects, seem absolutely loyal to you. And it's got this sort of tattered saddle attached to it that you can pull yourself up onto.
I let my friends sit on the back of the horse because I can like horse board.
Are we gonna break it?
No,
I
it's
see.
very strong. Don't worry.
Okay.
Isn't it beautiful?
It certainly is something.
And like a normal horse its size, you think it can at least take one more person up on it.
Okay.
Well, what does Dieth get the cool horse?
Yeah.
He's going great for DF.
Yeah.
I kind of scowl at him, I'm like, I mutter to myself, "She's beautiful. She's full of life," and I'm like stroking her.
Stroking the bones.
Yeah.
Mm.
The light is deep inside her, even though you can't see it.
Every pet is just like a huge clump of hair just shedding out. Oh.
I'm like actually like I'm putting on my Evelyn front of like being really happy, but you can see like my eyes are actually welled up and my teeth are like, and I'm like, "She's beautiful." But so then I'm looking at Dieth and trying to figure out how to get him down so we can put him on the horse as well. In terms of spatial awareness,
That's not quite right where this muscle's
where
placed.
are we in
Should be
relation to
more
Dieth
over.
versus Strahd?
Rip. So I'm
Strahd
gonna have
is
to
where you
erase
last
this.
saw him. You're about 100 feet away from him.
Okay.
Yath is about the same distance away, only 40 feet up in the air.
Brush.
They are, aside from the rest of you, the closest things to Strix is the farthest away.
And the gate is where Strix is like,
Yeah, the gate and Strix are about 120 feet away.
and the gate is like between, if I were to beeline for the gate, it's between Strahd and Dieth.
You'd have to go under or past Strahd and Dieth to get to the gate.
Do I have anything left to do this turn? Probably not.
You're good. You're done because you conjured the skeletal mount and got on its back. You're fine.
You mean Morning Glory?
Morning glory.
Yeah, is that its name?
The bony horse. The bone horse.
And it is Esmeralda's turn.
So, Evelyn is currently on her bony golden glory horse, or its name, morning.
It's a skeletal horse, yes.
And she's on it. You've got Paulton next to me. We've
Yep.
seen Dia fly up into the air on the nightmare.
Yeah.
Strix is still running towards the gate. Can we see if they've opened it yet, or?
All you can see, well, you can't. No, you can't tell if they've opened the gate yet.
Didn't think.
But you can hear Strix yelling at the guards still to get the gate open, so it's clearly not open.
Okay. Damn it! I just don't know.
So I probably want a little bit
So
redness,
Esmeralda will just look up.
a dark gray redness.
Kind of knowing that the horse can only really take 2 people,
Mm-hmm.
I will. I take out some of my holy water and I kind of splash it over my hand, touch Evelyn, and just say, "Make sure your friends are fine. If the worst happens, find Rudolf von Richten. He's my mentor. He'll be able to help you. Just find him. If I don't make it, find Rudolf von Richten." And I'm gonna cast protection from evil on Evelyn.
All right.
And then I'm going to look at Polton and say, "You should get on the horse, Polton. Go with your friends." And then I'm going to try and move towards Strahd.
Okay. All right. Esmeralda will stride in his direction toward the fog that's engulfed this house.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and that brings us to Paulton. So Esmeralda has just said, "Get on the skeletal horse with Evelyn," after casting a protective spell on Evelyn.
I'm still taken aback by this horse. I'm like, okay, here we go.
There's a lot more grayness that I'm not necessarily depicting.
I know, I'm just making fun of Evelyn.
Like I want it to look like this. This eye's probably the best one.
Would you like to do anything else,
inside her
Paulton?
because she's just bones.
Would you like to do anything else, Paulton, besides mount up?
I'm still trying to assess how I feel about this horse, so
Okay.
that's about it.
Fair enough. Okay. Then it is Diath's turn. Now, Diath, you are clinging to the back of this creature that is racing up into the air. It seems to be like galloping up into the empty air as quickly and as high as possible.
Great.
What would you like to do? You're still at this point, though, only about 40 or so feet off the ground.
Okay.
That will change.
What color eye?
So
I think
what
I'll just
wanna
do
is
brown.
Wait for him to get to a moment where he is above another building, maybe a slightly taller one that I was just on.
Okay.
So I could dismount from Nightmare and prepare for that drop to get onto that roof.
Yep.
With the wall, whatever.
Okay, controlled tumble, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like I know it's gonna hurt, but at least I'm prepared for it.
Okay, it does exactly that, giving you this moment to hurl yourself off and
Maybe I'll do a
attempt to
green, a pale green
minimize
liquid.
the impact of your descent. What I would like you to do is make.
Can I try to catch him?
No.
I'm going from rooftop first, and then from
Yeah.
rooftop I'll go to ground.
Yes, understood. Using the slant of the rooftop to.
Yeah.
That's gonna look cool.
It might.
It sure might.
This is where the dice come in.
Okay.
I'd like you to make a dexterity acrobatics check as you try to angle your descent so that you can slide down a roof and then drop yourself off the building without breaking both your legs or your head.
17?
Okay. That is the result by which you can reduce the damage of your fall. Now let's see how much damage you would take from your fall.
All right.
Okay, so this is awesome. You would have taken 17 points of damage from the fall.
A kitty dog!
You take none.
Yeah!
Which means as you hit the snow-covered rooftop, you just hit it at the perfect angle. Not only does it not really cushion your fall, but it doesn't create any serious point of impact. And as you slide down the roof, the friction begins to slow your descent. And when you run out of roof and topple off the edge, you're able to sort of grab onto an eave to slow your descent even further, pulling the eave off. But at the same time, you land pretty much just on your bum with barely a hint of pain.
That was awesome!
And then a pile of snow just sort of falls down.
Damn it!
But everybody else gets... The rest of you see Diath go tumbling off the horse down this roof and land upon the ground without seeming to hurt himself in the least.
Time to go.
All right, I round everyone up. I just try to get everyone on, which has now been the horse, which has now been deemed mourning as an MOURNING glory, morning
Right.
glory
Morning glory.
by the chat. So thank you guys for that.
Very
Try to get everyone on there and just flee.
Esmeralda, a shape comes out of the fog. It is still glittery and lit, an outline of your nemesis, striding boldly forward, right toward you. And since you've closed the distance to it, it will move up and attack.
It's time to end this.
He rolls.
So the eye. What am I doing with this eye?
Yep, I'm not gonna.
I think there should be more grayish tones, more gray blue tones.
Take 8 bludgeoning damage
Okay.
plus 14 necrotic damage.
Okay. Ow.
And he grapples you.
Okay. Damn.
On his next attack, you feel his fangs in your neck.
No!
Does he make an attack roll or?
He does. He rolls
Okay.
a 26.
Still can't do anything about that.
All right.
Neck muscles. Like the teeth.
Yeah.
Okay. What the rest of you see is this flickering form stride over to Esmeralda, seize her, and then immediately sort of wrap its spectral.
If I
arms around
duplicate
her.
it.
And then you can only barely discern that he seems to.
Okay. Duplicate.
Fangs into her neck.
Let's see.
How far away are they?
They would be about 60 feet away.
Too far.
Okay, he does 7 points of damage with the bite,
Okay.
plus another 10 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
I don't like that liquid. I think it looks bad.
The shape of Esmeralda goes limp, and just life seems to be gone.
All right.
Pepperoni.
I had one move left I wanted to do. Damn it. One thing.
Was it cry?
Yeah.
Esmeralda, I'm going to give you your dying action. What would you like to do?
Oh, is it possible to? Ah, damn. There's two things. Which one should I do?
Is there like a bomb in your chest? You could just.
Not quite. Is it possible that with the dying action?
Do something cool.
Okay. Yeah, there's one thing I'm gonna have to try. It might not work, but I'm gonna try it. As he's biting in, Esmeralda would just say, "You may kill me or convert me to one of your creatures, Strahd. But Van Richten and those adventurers will have revenge for me. And until that day, I use every ounce of this Vistani line to curse you for the rest of your undead life. And I would like to try my Vistani curse so that he is
Alright.
vulnerable to piercing damage.
Take a curse, cursor.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is a wisdom saving throw.
Right. Okay.
So,
It's a little bit nicer.
but who hopes?
Please be piercing.
That's, yeah, I thought like stakes and daggers and all sorts of.
All right. So all of you can hear Esmeralda utter this curse, these Vistani words, as the fog billows around her and her foe. And then she goes limp in his arms, and you can see the color drain from her face. None of you know what. You just see the fog swallow them up. And then it is.
Can I do one last thing, which is Esmeralda just looks towards Evelyn with like a really sad look. Like,
I reach out as I ride away.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And Pumpton, this is a little bit shocking to you because you remember Madame Ava tell you that this woman was somehow tied fate-wise to you, and it is your action.
I'm just like, no, I'm still not sure of your importance.
How about your boo?
I'm just like,
I pat him and I said, before she left, she told me that if anything happened to her, we need to talk to Rudolph Van Richten. Maybe he can tell you what was so important.
okay.
Don't worry, she died doing what she loved best. That was saving us.
Yeah. So she okay.
That's what she loved.
God. s- I am clueless. Shit, man.
Pick up
I heard a voice. Something's telling me I should go tend to Diath.
I just need to ride away with the rest of you guys.
So where is Diath?
So DF, did that little expert tumble off the roof of the building and landed expertly, about 30 feet away from you. He's on the way out of the village, basically.
Okay. I feel like we should just book it in that direction. Just like he's running that way. I'm gonna yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
And I do said booking it.
Okay. DF.
Yeah.
Evelyn and Paulton on their skeletal horse come rocketing by you.
Rickety rocketing.
Strix following suit with them as well then, or?
Strix she's down at the gate, sort of heading in the direction they're now headed.
Okay, so that horse has got
What does the eye look like? Brown?
space, you said?
The Strix's horse has room for you.
Yeah, Strix's. I need to get to Strix's horse.
Yep.
I'm not on the horse. I'm horse boarding. So
I
you
know,
can
but there's
ride
still already 2 people on your gross, bony.
No, there's just the one because Evelyn's not actually
Esmeralda's
riding it. She's just kind of
Oh, that's right.
flying next to
Esmeralda went.
yeah.
Right.
Esmeralda got engulfed in mist.
Okay.
kick the proverbial bucket.
So then, as they're like riding up, I kind of like I start my own run to kind of like get to them, get alongside, so I can
Okay.
easily hop onto the horse from there.
All right. You can see Strix through intimidation and threats of magical violence
As
has
she did.
convinced the guards to reopen the gates.
Well, at least she contributed something.
By the time you get to Valentina, your sole surviving horse, you can mount up behind Strix, and the 4 of you can bolt from the village.
Yeah, we're out of here.
All right. Then you head off into the wilderness, leaving Kresk and the bodies of Irina and Esmeralda behind.
What's left of them?
Who knows?
Let me just write that down real quick.
All right. So the path leading out of Kresk winds down the mountainside through clear pasture until it gets to the main road, the old Svalek road, and then you can basically ride it east into the woods, out of sight.
Woods it is.
Town.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta get to the woods where we can't be seen easily from the air.
Yes.
I'll even kind of lead the party to somewhere that I know that we can easily hide out underneath. Where we just stay out of sight. So if he does decide to chase after us, as I expect him to, we'll still be hidden.
All right. So using the canopy of the trees and the mist in the trees to hide, even the road is completely overgrown, so you don't even have to leave the road if you don't really want to. But if if it is your intent to try to stay as far removed from Strahd's sight as possible, then yeah, maybe it is a good idea to leave the road as you might be. That would be the route he would expect you to take.
Yeah. I want to keep us off the main road.
All right. So you
Just
guide.
enough, but so we know how to get back to it.
Sure. Yep. You guide yourselves south of the road through systems, and it's actually getting
The
farther away.
table.
And you eventually come to a frozen river. It's about, at this point, about 50 feet wide, and you think the horses might be able to just run across it.
Where did we leave our wolvers?
You left them in the village.
Correct?
They took you to Kresk, but they said they hadn't planned to stay there long.
Oh, okay.
They just went there to basically make sure you got there okay, and then they were gonna.
Okay, so they're gone.
Yeah.
Alright. I urge Morning Glory to take a few steps into the river.
Okay. Yeah, the ice does not immediately crack under the its hooves, but then again, Morning Glory doesn't actually weigh a ton.
One bonus of being kind of
But being
Bony and gross.
Yeah, exactly. So you begin to make your way across, and Valentina is able to cross. Occasionally, you hear the cracking of the ice under the hooves, but you get the impression that the river is not particularly deep here.
Okay.
There are rocks sort of protruding up through the ice at various points,
Oh, all right.
so it might only be a few inches
Yeah,
deep.
so I don't think it'd be threatening of drowning.
No, and you can see places where little frozen waterfalls really give you a sense that this is a very, very shallow part of the river.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah, and when you cross to the other side, the forest becomes just as dense as it was.
Hmm.
And you eventually get to a point where you don't feel like people could follow you or track you easily.
That's amazing. I would feel like Strahd could find us anywhere, but this is the safest place we got.
Okay.
Try to take a moment, hide everywhere, get up the horse. Does your gross skeleton thing disappear after a while, or?
First of all, she's not gross. She's
Right.
beautiful. Because there's Lat in her just like everyone else.
Yeah, I can see inside of her. She's a skeleton.
And there's a lot there. You can see it right here. See? Just put your head real like right close right here. And second of all, her name is Morning Glory. And third of all, no, she doesn't disappear. Thank you for asking.
Let's just kind of take a moment, make sure we're safe from Strahd, and then figure out where the heck this Van Richten dude is.
Evelyn's kind of uncharacteristically quiet, and she kind of goes off and she takes Lightfall and kind of like, balances it on the ground and kind of bows and prays, and she says a little eulogy to her friends Arena and Esmeralda and sheds a few tears and blesses their souls. But she's deeply troubled because she's aware of this fact that like no souls leave this realm.
Yep.
And so normally she would be celebrating as this would be like the end of walking this path, and now they're walking into a new light, and she'd be all celebrating and happy about it, but she's very troubled because she's not sure how to like help their souls. So she's
All right.
I too am in a state of mourning for our fallen comrade Walter.
I also say a few lines for Walter, if once Paulton reminds me.
Good horse.
Right. Paul.
Yes.
You can see through the mist in the trees what looks like some sort of weird wreckage. That looks like it was left behind by somebody in the forest, God knows how long ago. And as the mist sort of naturally part and you get a better sense of what it is, it's sort of tipped over, lodged, sort of half smashed up against a tree. It appears to be an old gypsy wagon, part of a sort of barrel-topped wooden wagon.
Whenever we find a wagon, I always like what's in it.
How far off is it?
It's about 40 feet away from you. You just caught part of it out of the corner of your eye.
I start walking towards it, thinking, "Dear God, please have wine."
All right.
Don't go by yourself.
Yep.
Hey, there might be wine.
We'll accompany you.
Okay. search it, you can actually see an old cask of wine tucked under the
All right.
driver's seat. And when you sort of try to free it or pull it out, you get this weird. It's like a flashback to an early memory of yours. And it suddenly dawns on you that this wagon is familiar to you. Like you've ridden it.
I feel as though I have ridden in this wagon before.
Just get this sudden flash of familiarity, like the lines of the wagon, the color of the wagon. This is all something from your childhood.
Whoa. Guys, I feel like I know this wagon.
Well, sometimes it's confusing because you drink a lot of wine, so maybe that wine looks like other wine that you had before.
No.
Evelyn, shut up for a second.
Pretty sure I know this wagon. I don't know why specifically.
How's that even possible?
I'm getting deja vu from this thing.
You're suddenly remembering a song that would be sung while you were riding in this wagon when you were young. It's sort of the melody begins to come to mind. You sort of conjure it out of the ether, but it's always being sung to you by this melodious female voice. And you begin to recognize the dulcet tones of your mother. And when you look inside the ruined wagon, you can see things that remind you of her.
I'm very quiet at this point. I'm just kind of like mumbling / humming to myself.
Yes.
Did you have anything to drink already, Dia?
No. Let him be for a moment. Dieth is almost kind of like taken aback from this because this is the first time he's ever seen Paulton not have something snarky to say, or some kind of quip or something. This is like the most somber I've ever seen Paulton.
And Paulton, you're able to pull the cork out of the cask and see, yeah, there's still preserved wine in here. It smells very potent.
That looks bad.
You hear a voice that sounds like Esmeralda, and it says, "Remember."
Remember.
You don't hear anything, right?
It's a good ass line.
Yeah, right. I'm just holding the wine and I'm like, remember what?
You're all these little memory fragments are starting to come back of traveling in this wagon as a young boy, traveling in the company of family. And then, as you sort of smell the wine, it also conjures memories of home, of your childhood, of being on the lap of your drunken dad while he was
That's where he gets it from.
being bounced up and down on his lap while you could hear like, your mother things like that. All good memories, all safe memories, but memories that you had put away or forgotten. And at that point in time, when you hear those whispered words, you gain memories of some abilities that have been lost to you, namely the ability to curse and the ability to cast evil
Whoa. That is, I just like get hit with a thing. I'm like, whoa. Okay.
With this wagon that we're looking at, that Paulton is like. I mean, I don't know if I'm the most foremost expert on this, but would anything about this wagon or any kind of markings on the way it's made give me any kind of resemblance to wagons we've seen previously, perhaps say by the Vistani?
Yeah, you're pretty sure upon closer inspection that this looks like a Vistani wagon.
And Paulton's got no weird physical markings or anything about him that would suggest anything that he's not human?
Well, the Vistani are first and foremost human.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
They are, they're just known as planar travelers. They wander to distant worlds. They're they love song. They love to entertain. They like to blend in. They're gregarious. They're lively. They're often in tune with different things than most people. They're often, if they seem distant, it's because there's sort of this otherworldly detachment that they have. Traits that you've seen.
Yeah, that explains. Fucking.
That's why he's always distant with me. Makes so much sense.
Yeah, that's it.
But Paulton, you don't. And you can see Strix seems a little bit withdrawn at this point as well, almost like she knows something that she's afraid to share.
Trix, what is it?
I'll just ask her.
Yeah, you seem like you have something that you don't want to share.
And Strix will tell you that she is from this land.
Like this one right here? Do you know why he is having this moment with the wagon? Hmm.
So, Strix is from this land?
Strix says she was taken away as a very small child by the Vistani.
Right, I feel like I remember hearing that.
Is this the first time she's told us that?
She hasn't really said. She hasn't had a chance really to give this information. But she says she has you know that she has family in Dalaki.
Yeah, we met them.
She says that this wagon looks somewhat familiar to her as well, like she's seen it before as a child.
And you guys don't remember each other, but you both remember this wagon?
There's something vaguely familiar about it to Strix. It doesn't have the same emotional resonance that Paulton seems to have to it, but Strix is pretty sure she's seen the wagon before.
Trying not to get in Paulton's way at all, I just kind of like start to examine the wagon as much as I can, see if I see anything in or around it.
Okay. Yeah, you find a toy
What kind of toy?
that was sort of trapped underneath the wagon.
It's a toy drinking glass.
With a little bagpipe on it.
It says Paulton on it.
Yeah. You can see it appears to be a little vampire puppet.
Nope, nowhere near as fun.
Why?
I look at it.
It's got little wooden fangs, and you can sort of, it's almost like a sock puppet thing. You can put your hand up inside of it. It's got a black drape that hangs down over your arm and a kind of a carved wooden head. Yeah, it looks like a little puppet. And when you sort of pull it out, immediately, Paulton, you're sort of instantly kind of terrified by it because you remember seeing that at some point in your life.
I'm just wide-eyed, just like slightly hyperventilating.
When I see him, I misinterpret this as excitement and I hold it out to him.
No. God, no.
Okay. All right.
All right, yeah, you see all the color leach from his face when you flash the puppet in front of him.
I take it over to Morning Glory, see if she likes it.
Yeah. She doesn't care one way or the other.
I find like a
She has difficulty showing expressions on her
Yes,
face.
exactly.
I find a protruding bone and I just kind of like put the puppet on it.
Okay.
Oh.
Done. that Strahd is riding Morning Glory. All right.
Evelyn, you're not actually Vistani or some shit, are you now?
No,
I'm pretty sure I'm not.
I don't think so.
I think I am.
Why is everybody Vistani all of a sudden?
Just making sure.
Nope.
So with this doll, I was gonna ask if it had any sort of resemblance of our dear vampire friend that we just obviously run into it.
He did say it was Strahd.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not actually here.
Yes, it does kind of look like a stylized representation of Strahd.
Like
I
this.
Have,
start
like-
giving, as he looks at it, I start giving it a sermon about the Morning Lord to Strahd, acting like, not nice to act how you were, and I start giving him a sermon.
Evelyn has lost it.
But
Your
does
sanity has broken.
this little doll have does it look like it has maybe, I don't know, some like pinholes or something in it, or like it maybe thought it was something really sharp numerous times?
It does not.
Yes or no, is it a voodoo doll?
You don't believe it's a voodoo doll. No, you think it's some sort of hideous attempt to render Strahd as some sort of child's toy.
Oh, but he is not a toy.
But only
He
by
are his toys.
identifying things like these, giving them names, can we begin to understand and make light of them, if you will.
Wait, so with all this, Paulton, does the name Rudolph Van Richten mean anything to you?
Does it?
Does it?
Okay.
Are you smart enough for it to mean anything to you?
Savage.
Well,
Hey, hero. What's up? Just listening to some D&D,
The name
watching some D&D, and just drawing some stuff.
Ooh.
of a mad-looking man in spectacles with sort of wild white hair, well-dressed.
I'm messing around with some of the watercolor brushes.
But
They seem pretty cool.
conjure is
Seem pretty cool to me.
one of helplessness as you, very young, are staring up at this man murdering you.
And that was Esmeralda's mentor.
And that's where we'll stop for tonight.
My notes are literally bad-looking, spectacles, white hair, well-dressed, murdered Paulton's family.
Batman.
How you doing, hero?
It's grim.
What an episode!
Jeez.
Well, this is fun
Damn.
hearing you guys. I'm glad to be back.
Ollie's gonna be sad she missed that one.
Yeah. All right. So we
Yeah,
will be
damn.
back. We will be back next week for the continuing adventures of the Waffle as they explore the woods and dark places and dark recesses of Barovia. I want to thank Mark for joining us once again.
Yay, Mark!
My pleasure. Absolute pleasure to be here. I'm glad I
Have we
could.
seen the last of Esmeralda? I'm not really sure.
Oh, nice.
So, in addition to joining us next week, we've also got a new Acquisitions Incorporated episode going live tomorrow morning.
Have you...
So check that out. That will be episode 3 of the Acquisitions Incorporated series. What else is going on in all your lives that you want to talk about?
Have you not been drawing?
This weekend is RTX. I'll be at
Have you not been drawing? I've been drawing a few things. I drew this pearl. I drew this gem. Been just trying to do some material studies. been expanding my abilities, I guess you would say. Did you figure out the things you like to draw? Because right now, all of these things that I'm drawing them for the D&D campaign I play in. So it's much easier to be interested in if you're drawing it for a very specific reason. Like, it's much easier to draw it, you know, because you wanna, like, for me, there's a personal reason why I'm drawing these, because I wanna draw some of the objects we found in my D&D game, and then I wanna show people them and, like, make the game more fun for them. Well, what are you doing right now? You should, draw along with me. Nice, good job. Oh, get fucking wrecked.
I don't know either.
It's dice, camera, action.
Sorry, I was gonna be more excited, but I had an airhead in my mouth. It was really good though.
That's what Strahd said.
What flavor was it?
Cherry.
Nice.
Great. What is the mystery flavor after all these years?
I don't know either.
You really want to know?
Yeah.
It's the flavors that gets mixed in when they change the vats to make the different flavors. So they're like, well, we'll just paint it white and sell it. So that's why it's always kind of like a weird fruity flavor. We're not exactly sure what.
All right.
Is that for real? Because that's
Yeah.
super gross.
It's leftovers.
It's
Yeah.
leftovers.
It's leftovers.
But if
All
you're
right.
marketing it as leftover flavor, I don't know if as many people would buy it.
We've been tricked.
Just call it backwash. It'll sell.
Oh no.
Okay, so speaking of backwash and backwater,
There it is.
previously in Curse of Strahd, the party was drawn into the realm of Barovia and eventually found their way to a windmill wherein 3 hags dwelled, and they were doing awful things to local children. Fortunately, the characters were able to slay the hags, rescue the children, and entrust their care to Ismark Kolyanovich, taking his sister onward to the town of Valaki, which is in the heart of the Barovian Valley. And when you showed up, there were some wolf heads, decapitated wolf heads mounted on pikes outside, a warning to evildoers not to enter through the gates. A couple guards did let you inside, however, and you see sort of a rundown Gothic town in the middle of nowhere. There's a heavy shroud of fog in town and a drizzle of rain falling. And even though it is close to the lunch hour, you wouldn't know it. It's pretty bleak and dark out.
The usual.
Yeah, the usual.
Yay!
Yeah, and the rain and sort of soaking through your cloaks and through your armor and down to your skin, and your boots begin to sort of make squish squish sounds. You also note that the streets here are really muddy, so as your boots occasionally sink into the mud, they get stuck there for a moment, and there's this big sucking sound as you pull them free.
I got a hole in my boot and I can feel it on my sock.
Yes, but unlike the village of Barovia, which you had visited previously, there is signs of habitation here. People are actually you can see their shapes moving around through the fog, getting on with their sorry little lives. But other than the occasional guard who eyes you suspiciously, none of the other townsfolk seem to pay you much mind, or if they do, quickly turn their gazes away.
All right then.
I turn to Strix and I'm like, do I have anything in my teeth?
No.
Okay. Maybe do you have anything in your teeth?
You don't want to check.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Right. I'm like,
I'm just like, hey.
Now, the buildings that flank the muddy street, they start off kind of spaced out. There's a few little gardens and things around them, but then they get tighter and tighter and more packed in the closer you get to the center of town. One of the first structures you see on your left.
This is difficult. I'm finding this a little difficult. Trying to, I want to draw people, but I'm not sure how to practice. Should I do gesture drawings, or should I take a photo and try to copy it? You do both. So it depends what you're trying to practice, you know? What are you trying to practice? Are you trying to practice, are you trying to practice drawing the face, or are you trying to practice drawing the pose? Those are very two different kinds of things that you need to you need to master together. So you should do both at some point, right?
Other buildings that you see appear to be residences, a few shops, including what appears to be a coffin maker's shop. You haven't seen anything yet that looks like a town square or sort of central hub where you might find
when I see the carnival wagon and I see Of Wonders, I'm like, Wonders! And I run up to it and start looking around.
Okay. So, in order to do that, you can either hop over the fence to the stockyard, or you can open the front gate to the stockyard in order to get inside.
I try to open the front gate because does it look like I'm not supposed to go in there?
There's no warning signs or anything like that that say you're not supposed to go in there. And there's certainly a lot of evidence of wagons and ponies and horses having moved through the area. Lots of prints in the mud and stuff like that. Yeah, so there's nothing specifically discouraging you from doing so.
Then I walk right through the front door, just like, okay.
When you peel open the gate, it kind of makes a faint little squeal on its rusty hinges, just sort of crying out in anguish and defeat as you peel it open. And you get a splinter in your hand. You're like, ow. Leave a little bit of blood on the ground.
Ooh. Let's look at this.
Don't want to leave genetic material around with Strahd in here.
Are any of you planning to follow Evelyn as she goes into the muddy stockyard?
I guess.
Okay.
I'll wait by the entrance.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait with. I usually just wait with Dia. Safe here.
That's a D&D Dungeon Master guide.
I'll be the one.
Has some pretty cool art in it.
Are you going to close the gate behind you or leave it hanging open?
Oh, I closed it behind me. I wasn't raising it up.
Dia's gonna let. It's his turn to follow her.
There's an illo of a wagon, which looks like that.
Cool.
And
I don't know. This to me just feels like it lacks definition.
There is no horse attached to the wagon. There is a horse under a stall not too far away. A gray mare. Looks to be in good shape.
Oh, sorry.
A train passes by in the background. And other than the faded lettering on the sides of the wagon, the only other thing you notice is that there is a back door to the wagon, and it has a heavy padlock on it.
And I don't see anyone around.
No, there is a small house off to the side of the stockyard. You think maybe the stockyard owner or owners probably live there, but it's shut up, and you don't see anybody wandering around the yard.
I knock on the wagon. Hello? Do you have any wonders? I heard there were wonders.
As soon as you do that, the wagon suddenly lurches as though something big has thrown itself against the inside wall. You hear the cracking of wood, the scraping of metal, and the snarl of something inhuman.
We should probably go. That sounds like something I don't feel like dealing with today.
Oh, sounds kind of exciting.
You also see, as you look at the door more closely, an inscription on the door frame, and it reads, "I bring you from shadow into light."
From shadow into light, and I grab Paulton. I'm shaking him, and I'm like, I love the light. Don't you?
Yes, we know we love the light.
And the whole wagon is still lurching, and you can still hear this snarling thing inside of it.
DF, if she gets mauled, I'm not helping.
I realize that I've upset whatever's inside. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. Like, I don't know if she says my bad. I don't know if that's a phrase, a parlance of the time. Maybe it is.
Sure.
But I'm like, Paulson, I understand you don't want to come with me, but I'd really like to go to that house and find out what takes us from the darkness into the light.
Do we have to?
Paulton,
you
I'd like
don't
you to
have
make a
to.
Paulton, I'd like you to make a perception.
There it is.
Whoa.
Wow.
20.
So early. Downhill from here.
We're at our best.
There's some distant thunder and some flashing lightning, and maybe it's the lightning or maybe it's just your keen eyesight, but you see a rather big, rather intimidating looking figure. Didn't notice it before. Not too far from the gray horse in the stall. Probably hidden from view at one point, but obviously.
I don't know. This whole drawing lacks. It lacks.
Hey,
It lacks lighting. It lacks contrast.
What's that?
Like I really need to punch up the detail and the contrast in it because it just feels if it's just falling so flat.
As soon as he said there's a big scary thing, I like mom arm him, like, get behind me, Paulton. And I like bravado in front of him, like, don't worry, I've got it. And I look and see if I can see this big scary thing.
Erica, how would you describe your character?
She's huge. She's like 6.5 feet tall. She's got dark hair. She's obviously been in quite a lot of fights. She's got scars all over her face. Not like the pretty, like just a single one right over the eye. It's like it's a history of battles on her face.
Does she look kindly or mean?
Well,
There's probably something like a perpetual scowl carved into her face.
it's hard to tell with all the scars.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Is she hot?
I mean, did you listen? Yeah.
Hello.
Very revealing about your characters. So obviously you can see that these two people.
So did you find something to draw?
Boy, you lot, what are you doing over there?
I'm sorry. Is this your wagon? It just it
Yeah.
said something about going to the light, and you know, as a soldier of the light and the blessings of the great Lathander, I just thought that maybe I'd check it out. And I'm sorry if we've caused any ruckus.
You'll need to excuse my friend here. She has a condition of sorts.
A condition of being wholly devoted to his great Lathander.
Clearly conditioned.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She gonna be all right then?
We don't know.
Is she
Been
done
talking?
talking?
I like laugh at Paulton because I think he's making a funny joke.
She laughs, but she's crying inside. It's very sad.
Well, you stay away from that. From the wagon. This Rick Tavio's. You don't like people messing around with his wagon.
Understood. Tarvin something rather. Yes, yes.
What's in there?
No. This
Actually, you don't know.
It's an eyeball.
something neat, he said. That's right. And
Well, the thing about yeah, I could make the edges sharper.
I'm a magic. Magic.
Do you know magic now?
Oh. Well, actually, and she pulls out a pack of cards and says, "Look, see, an ordinary pack of cards. Yes,
Happening.
Evelyn's like wide-eyed, like coming closer.
right. So pick a card, any card.
Are we doing?
This lady's warming. She's
Yeah.
insane.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking." And she
Yeah, so Strix and DF, you're back at the gate. You can see this entire exchange happening.
Oh, nice.
Till we get out of here, fella.
I look back at Strix and DM. I'm just like,
for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Is this your card?
Oh my god, she totally did it. I am so impressed.
I wish I had an audience like you. Most of the time, most people don't seem to take my magic quite
can't imagine why.
quickly. But yeah. So, what are you like?
The thing about this is it looks very squishy. I need to bring some hardness into it, some things that are sharp and in focus. So I'm going to add some kind of thing around here.
Extremely reluctantly.
Okay.
I approached her and I said, "My name's Evelyn. Evelyn Marthane, the servant of Lathander. And what may I call you?"
Oh, I'm Deirdre. You can call me Dee.
D. I say, like, I turn around and I say, "Everybody, come on over. This is D. She does magic."
Hi.
Heidi.
Yeah, you can see that apart from her great size, what do you have? What are you wearing and carrying on you, Dee?
Oh, Dee's got a shield and a spear slung over her back. They too, like her face, are scarred with the signs of much battle.
Right. Just like Paulton's bagpipes, they've got telltale signs of his illustrious adventuring career.
Oi, you there? Play music.
And I look at that. I'm like, oh, these. No. Yeah. Yes. You like
I-
music?
I'm like, "He plays the best music. The best."
Always looking for a musician, we are. Just keep that in mind.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It might be tricky. I'm union, so sometimes it's like very. I don't know. You might not. I'm Paulton. It's nice to meet you.
We can always go union for you.
Oh, good.
Sign those papers. Because, I mean, to get a good looking one like you on the circus would probably bring in some crowds.
Oh,
He is
the
good looking.
circus. Oh, I look to DM. I'm like, you hear that? The circus. Someone.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Deidre. My name is D.F. Woodrow. If you don't mind me asking, what relation do you have to this peculiar wagon?
Oh, well, I'm, Rick Flavio's, strongest woman alive. We travel. We're a circus. Circus.
You're native to Barovia, then?
Oh, no, we travel all over. But, we've been posted up here for a little while. Stayed in a tower for a little while, didn't we? Then now we're here. We're at the inn.
Yeah, the jar opens, so I'm making a thing around the top so that it can open.
I mean, that happening, maybe if we got out of here, it wouldn't matter. But that's not gonna happen because we're stuck. So looks like we're gonna meet him eventually. Ezek, good old Ezek. I'm Strix, by the way. It's
Nice to meet you, Strix. You're very unusual. I mean, not to be rude or anything.
oh, it's fine.
Uh, I'm sorry, I'm not good with not good with words.
Have you seen Evelyn? I think you're fine.
Oh, I like that one. And she pats her on the head, and she bounces a little bit.
Oh, good.
I enjoy that. I'm like,
It's
Like,
like,
oh, this is my nightmare. Okay.
you seem to be a kind-hearted soul. You had mentioned the inn earlier. We were actually looking for said inn. Would you mind so much as guiding ourselves to it? It would help us a
Sure,
lot.
I'm staying there with Rictavio, so might as
Oh,
well
really?
make my way back. Inspect the wagon to make sure there's not much harm done. You
Oh yeah. You see some blood on the side of the wagon that you didn't quite get off.
oh,
So you kind of wipe that off, and
we
it's good.
did a little spit wash.
Yeah,
Can we see her wiping the blood off of it, or?
yeah, a little bit.
All right, that's
I
probably
curl
more
my lip
less.
like, ugh, that is so germy.
Yeah, can't have Rictavio's wagon all messy though.
I can't tell what's blood and what's not blood on my clothes.
Haven't we all been there?
I've never been there. I don't know what that would be like.
She really hasn't.
Oh,
She
well,
cle- she cleans like it. Her faith depends on it.
oh well, stick around, you'll see how it goes.
It is my duder and honor, dude and honor, dude,
Duder, duder, duder,
Nailed it.
All right, well, follow me.
this Rictavio fellow, who's this guy that you keep mentioning?
Oh, and Rictavio he's the best. He's just he knows magic.
All right, well,
Like
let's go
the
see
kind of
him.
magic that you have with the cards?
Oh, he does like that fellow. There's a cute one over there. She points over oh, oh no, didn't do math. He doesn't like that fellow over there, the cute one with the bagpipes. He does it with music. Yeah.
Magic and
Never
music.
mind. Let's not go meet him.
I think that sounds
No,
great. Lead
Yeah,
the
we
way.
should.
Come on, let's go.
Hmm.
Rictavio's the best. He actually saved my life when I was little. So, I don't know, maybe it's not in a bad way. Maybe he could help you out as well.
And when she was little, she means when she was 6'1", not 6'6".
I know, wee one. Just a wee one.
Fresh out
All
the
right.
womb.
So Dee will happily lead you out of the stockyard, and she can keep talking to you as you're making your way
Hmm.
through the streets. As you're making your way deeper and deeper into town, you see more residences. These tall, tightly fit buildings that look like they haven't really been repaired all that greatly. They're all kind of sagging on the edges. Attempts have been made to restore a few of them, but it doesn't look like New Orleans have access to a tremendous amount of materials or expertise. You also see some old wagons. As people appear within your field of view and they see what a sort of odd, freakish itself is a large two-story wooden building with a stone foundation and a sagging tile roof, upon which several ravens have perched. A painted wooden sign hanging above the main entrance depicts a blue waterfall.
Weren't we supposed to go somewhere with a waterfall? Something about blue water?
That place.
We're supposed to go to the Blue Water Inn.
Water in.
Yeah, we're supposed to meet Erwin and Danica or something. No, Escher. Escher's the one we're supposed to meet.
Alright, well,
You're so close. You know.
No, not that. I'm trying to remember.
It's okay, you're really strong, Evelyn. It's fine.
Falcon told you, Evelyn, that Erwin and Danica Martikov will be here.
Yeah, that's the one. Those ones.
Nailed it. First try.
It's a family-run establishment.
Yeah, with their kids that are named Rom and Bray.
That's right.
I remembered that from my head.
this one's real smart.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tell me, Deidre, are you here for the Festival of the Sun?
Oh, no, we got more work we're doing in here. But,
What are you doing here?
Circus stuff?
You know, there is no higher calling than bringing light into other people's lives through the performance of
I just
beautiful
start walking towards the end.
dance.
that's nice.
I'm walking away. I keep walking.
Joining the circus.
Strix, you see that the part of the upper floor of the inn kind of hangs out a little bit as pillars supporting it. It's like the upper floor is almost bigger than the lower floor, and there's a well out front. You also see on one of the posts by the main entrance a sign, a colorful sign that says, "Come one, come all, to the greatest celebration of the year, the Festival of the Blazing Sun. Attendance and children required. Rain or shine, all will be well. The Baron." Signed, the Baron.
Attendance and children required? Can I
Yeah,
not
this-
go if I have no children?
I'm just gonna say from my experience, that sounds like there's something going on. This could be a cult, or someone's gonna get possessed,
Could be
or
a baking show.
no, it's not. It's probably not that.
I'm not so into baking after our last bakery visit.
Do you think we should check the stocks? Maybe we can ask the people who were.
Oh, it might not be a good idea to go down there.
I'm actually on the side of Deidre with this, but
Well, see,
Just saying.
well, it's just those folk, they spoke out against the Burgomaster and his stupid festivals.
And there we go.
Festivals.
Got him.
They got punished.
So the festival's mandatory. You get punished for not going. Anyone else? Little snakes over here?
Down.
I think you're onto something, Strix. I
Thank
think
you,
that this
Evelyn.
fest-
Did this just happen? Oh, everyone, just take a moment. I'm just gonna revel in this.
I always agree with you. You're like my best friend. I think everything you say is wonderful.
All right, I'm done.
I'm just staring at her like,
Who wants to go into the inn? Who wants to check some stocks? Let's take a vote. We can go in the inn first.
Well, maybe you should meet Rictavio. He's the best.
All right, we'll do that so that you can quiet down.
we just got here. It's best if we lay low at first. Let's head into the inn and at least try to figure out what the heck's going on here first, and then we'll come up with a plan.
Got it.
Hello at the inn.
great idea as always. And I just turn around and start walking into the hotel.
All right. Yes, so the main entrance of the inn is actually sort of tucked under the second story. So the rain doesn't get you as you're standing out front here, and you can hear through the doors.
Man, there are so many textures that are going on here. This is rough.
Reveals a spacious tavern area packed with tables and chairs, with narrow paths meandering between them. A bar stretches along one wall,
one who makes the plans for us.
I think that would be best. We'll just put things in your head. It'd be fantastic.
And in addition to that, my lady, I think you might want to comp those rooms for us. As I take out my loot, I'm like, great, we're having a party.
Oh my gosh, I love
Popular by demand.
All right. You start playing your lute. Make a performance check.
Oh my
To play.
Is it backed by popular demand?
Yeah.
Hear this everywhere, you know.
Oh, he's the best. Everyone wants to hear him play.
Great.
18.
Excellent. So you start playing, and as you're kicking off, the two brothers begin to kind of clonk their mugs down to the beat of your music. They really dig it, and you can see that the two guys in the wolf hide, they're not too drunk to start clapping and totally getting into it as well.
Hey!
Yes. And,
Boy, that was useful, he is.
yes.
You want to dance, Evelyn?
I would love to.
I'm gonna walk up to the
I
wolf
take your
hut
hand.
guys who look inebriated enough to talk to me, and
Okay.
I'm gonna start asking them some questions. Like,
Strix, what's your armor class?
at current it's
Why? Why is that important?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
0 because I don't have mage armor on. So
Oh, sure. So it's 10.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you walk over to those guys in the wolf skins, and one of them is, if he hadn't lived such a hard life and obviously spent all of his life as a prisoner in this land, he may have commanded who knows, armies. He sort of has the stature and size and swarthy good looks of a fairly charismatic fellow. His friend is a bit older. He's balding with a long, really long, bushy beard and sort of these dead, stern eyes. But as you make your way over to converse with them, something clatters down next to you like it fell from the ceiling. It was tossed down from above and sort of tumbles at your feet. And it looks like a child's building block carved out of wood with little letters on the side. And then a second one clocks you right on the head.
Ow! Who did that?
When you look up over the balcony that you kind of walk out from underneath, you can see two young boys, both of whom are kind of laughing at you. And immediately, their mother behind the bar points like two fingers at them and says, "Don't do that to our guests! Shame on you both!"
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. Little Burks were just having fun, just little urchins. I know how it is.
Little urchins are old enough to know better.
That's fair, but I got a lot of hair and it's a good target, so it's okay.
All right. So the music is playing. Everybody's having fun. When you walk in, they look you up and down like you just came out through a doorway to hell.
I mean, that's fair. Hey, Cutters, how's it going?
And you can see that they instinctively sort of take stock of where their weapons are nearby, but they don't draw them or threaten you in any way.
Hey, we're just passing through here, and I just happened to notice that you were well armed and looked like you probably knew the lay of the land a little bit. And I was really curious, what's going on in this town? What are your threats? Are you guys being attacked by something? I mean, everyone seems kind of on edge.
The better looking of the two looks at you and says, and the other one nods his head grimly and goes,
We had a run-in with quite a few wolves earlier. They're definitely inconvenient.
He says, the one closer to you says, "If you need guide, guide."
I think we're good for now. I'm just mostly trying to find out what's going on and what is this festival coming up? Do you help defend this festival of the sun?
They both kind of chuckle, and one of them says, "That is desperate measure, we don't go to the festival.
Not the fun type, huh? Eh?
And the burgomaster, he's insane. And the woman behind the bar says, don't you talk about that. No talk about the burgomaster. No talk about festivals. Let us have a good time. The music is playing.
Yeah, it's a great time. Woo!
I'm like
Oh,
using
yeah.
my flying boots to dance with Dee because I'm 5 feet and she's 6'6", so I'm like I'm like dancing but like
You
about
do the
at
thing
her
where you're standing on my feet
yeah
and dancing like this, and I'm
And I
moving
have-
my legs for you.
yeah
The
sure.
innkeeper fellow comes over to you, Strix, and not only offers to put a glass of wine in your hand, but says, if you do want to talk about the goings on here, perhaps you can help me in the kitchen.
I like kitchens, so I'm gonna follow you.
All right.
That's a comforting place for me.
All right. Diath, while Paulton is playing music and Strix seems to be accompanying Erwin Martikov into the back kitchen, what would you like to do?
I would like to arrange a room for the five of us to stay in for the night.
Okay. Yeah, you go up to the bar, and Danica will hook you up with a drink to warm your heart.
Excellent.
She doesn't charge you for it. And she says that she points up the one staircase, the inside staircase here, and she says, there's a room at the end of the hall. That one is taken by our only other guest at the moment. But there is a staircase outside that you can get to by going up through the main doors and hanging a left. It's over by the shed. And if you go up that staircase, it leads to the upper lofts. And we have 3 rooms up there. We have 2 rooms that have 2 beds each, and we have a common room that has 4 beds.
Alright. We'll take the common room. If she requires payment, I don't know what coin I have on me, but I can also offer one of the pieces of jewelry.
And when you start to show her what you got, she just sort of closes your own hands around your own loot, and she says, that won't be necessary. You may stay here as long as you like at no cost.
I thank you.
She says, it is the least that we can do.
Boy, so why you lot in town? Dee says as she dances.
Well, I don't really know why we're here. We just kind of ended up here, and I'm just trying to bring light and keep light and protect light in the world, and this seems like as good a place as any. I don't know why they're still here, but I just follow them around.
Evelyn, you're pretty certain at this stage this domain has seen so little light that you must be on some sort of holy calling to bring
Right.
darkness.
I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm pretty sure that Lathander chose me as his chosen servant to come to this place and show his holy light.
Oh, well, I don't know about all that, but it's pretty dark. Pretty dark over here.
Yeah, what was that thing that was on the wagon that said, like, I will take you from the shadow to the light?
Oh, I don't know. That's something Rictavio says all the time.
Oh my
should
god.
absolutely talk to Rick.
That one girl with that accent is terrible.
I like stumble into this
my God.
conversation. Like, are you two doing shop talk again? Come on.
Are we
We're here to
going
party.
shopping?
We're doing. Evelyn. Eve.
Yes,
Evelyn.
Paulton. Yes,
Evelyn.
Paulton. Paulton.
Evelyn.
Are we playing a game?
Evelyn.
Paulton. I love
Are you
this game.
having a good time?
I'm having a great time. I love it.
Woo! And I just run away and keep dancing.
The 2 brothers tell you to don't stop playing.
I have no intention to. You two handsome gentlemen, watching you.
Is it like 11 a.m. again, or?
Yeah, it's about noon. It's about noon time.
Okay.
Of course it's noon. Why not?
Woo!
Just making sure Paulton's par for the course.
Behind the
It's-
bar, Danica will
it's-
bring forth and give you
Yeah, I don't know how to do liquid very well.
Oh, excellent. I'll take a few bites and save some for later to give to my comrades.
It's 2 p.m. somewhere.
The 2
Let's do it.
brothers get up out of their chair, and they sort of impose themselves upon you, Evelyn, and dance and cavort around the tavern.
I I see dancing and celebrating as like very important work for bringing light into this place. So I oblige when anyone asks me to dance and dance with fervor.
Okay. As you're dancing with these men, though, you find them kind of a distasteful sort. Apart from the fact that they're drunk and they're both kind of smelly, they kind of smell like barf. You also, one of them is saying, basically in his drunken thing, "Oh, we've seen others like you come into town before, and they all disappeared or died, and you're going to die too. I hope you're happy about that.
Well, if I
Why you talk to a lady like that? You apologize immediately.
If you're lucky, they will find your rotting carcass and actually bury you in consecrated ground. If not, you will be raised as one of the untimely. Very sad." And then Strix, you're taken into the back room, into the kitchen, and Erwin is busy preparing all kinds of things.
Hmm. Hmm.
Starts chopping up some root vegetables. Doesn't look like he has the biggest selection of things to actually make good stew with.
I can push the shadows a little bit more like I did at the top.
Some doodads back here. But once he has you sort of in private away from the loud mass of music, and he just sort of shudders like music is not his thing. By the way, I can hear a voice in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry, probably mine.
Okay.
And then as he starts to go around, he says, "This is cursed land. You are strangers here. Falcon already told us that you were coming."
Falcon, yeah, he left a while ago. He helped us a lot. We're trying to figure out what's going on here, and I know that I have family here. Do you know someone by the name of Isaac Strasny? All these names are really hard for me to say.
Yeah, Isaac Strasny. He's a very bad man. He works for the Burgomaster as a henchman, and he enforces the Burgomaster's will upon the people when they become disagreeable.
And that will includes not attending the festival.
The Burgomaster believes that the only escape from this damnable domain is happiness. And so he takes these measures to instill happiness in the people with these incessant festivals. We have at least one a week, but there has never been any change, and just between you and me, there never will be.
Are these festivals enchantments? Are they not real? Are they forced?
I don't know if they're enchantments or not. All I know is that they are pathetic, sad affairs, and that each one is even more worse than the one before. Last week, they were chopping off wolf heads and having children parade around the streets with them. It was just ghastly. This next one, Burgomaster has tasked townsfolk, who are always busy, to gather up sticks from forest to make a giant wicker sun, which he plans to light on fire in the town square. It's ludicrous. But we do it because if we don't, we get locked up or shut away or beaten or abused by Isaac and his men.
This is slavery.
Yeah. But this has always been a dark place. This is. I urge you to be cautious when dealing with the Burgomaster. Isaac is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
Oh man, this is
He
rough.
can create fire out of nothing. And he threatens to burn buildings down of people who don't do what the Burgomaster wants. The Burgomaster, his family is crazy. His wife is crazy. His son is crazy. They're all crazy.
This is bad news. And not to sound like my comrade, Evelyn, but I think we can help.
He says, "Well, if you can't, you need help from me to get out of town or to hide, just let me know. I am at your disposal. My family, they're good family, and I have friends in town. We can help you."
Well, we'll help each other. Also, if you need help in the kitchen, I'm pretty good at making pastries.
Oh, well, in that case, yes, please help. I am somewhat overwhelmed. Wife doesn't cook, I cook. So any help you can provide would be greatly appreciated.
All right, Strix continues to enthusiastically help him in the kitchen, and she does wash her hands. Don't worry.
Right. Yes, you roll up your sleeves, you wash your hands. All right. Diath and Evelyn and Paulton, you are still out in the tap room. You don't hear any odd sounds coming from the kitchen other than clattering dishes and the sound of chopping knives. What do you do?
I kept an ear open for Strix just to make sure there was no trouble, but this seems
Yep.
to be none. I'd like to actually approach Deidre and. Apologies, don't mean to interrupt your fantastic dance, but you said we should meet up with Roctavio. Is he here in the inn already?
Aw. Well, yeah, he is. You wanna go meet him? Go meet him now?
Well, if it's all right with you.
Sure. She turns to Evelyn. Should we dance again later?
Anytime you want, but I really want to meet this guy too.
Now, Deidre, you know that if Rictavio is here at all, he's up in his room, which if you were just to call out to him with your booming voice, he would almost certainly hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
We've got guests.
All right, you hear an upstairs door open and a figure step out onto the balcony overlooking the tap room. It is a colorfully dressed half-elf. You'd guess to be of the bardic persuasion. He's very slender and small, wiry, you would say. And you can see he's got a big hat, sort of big flat hat on.
I can't listen to this shit anymore. That girl's like destroying my mind. Her terrible accent is murdering my soul and my will to live. Man, I don't know why my computer's chugging so hard. Like nothing's even open. Hey Josh, what's up? I don't know, it's kind of a hobby. No, she's in it. She's in that one, so I'm not gonna watch that one. Okay, she drops off there. Alright. Can't listen to that shit.
Master was not terribly receptive to Evelyn's.
Yeah, it's been a while. I've just been doing some doodles, some drawings. Whoa. This is a pearl. Some portrait of some dude. Yeah, it was time to stop using GIMP. GIMP was not like, I don't know. There's just, I don't know. There's just Photoshop is too much of a standard to not be using Photoshop. There's just no reason to not be using Photoshop. So, like, there's no reason to be using GIMP, I guess I should say. I haven't tried Illustrator yet. Is it good? Have you? Oh, okay. I guess it comes down if you want pixels or vectors. Yeah. Also, I mean, I don't know what Illustrator like. Can you paint in Illustrator or is it weird? Like, is everything in Illustrator like it's kind of like Flash, where everything's kind of like is all flat values, or it's like it's all either flat values or like you have to use a gradient or something. Like you have to use a gradient to make a like it's not like if you were to try to paint like you do in Photoshop, it'd be weird, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, do you play Overwatch, Josh? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I meant to check out Killing Floor 2, but I never really got around to it. Is it fun? Is Killing Floor only co-op? Like, can you play against other teams or no? Yeah, I used to play Killing Floor 1 a lot, and that's pretty satisfying. It's like it's pretty fun. You just work with your team and it's just co-op. Oh. Oh, so kind of like so that's kind of like Left 4 Dead, right? Well, that's pretty cool. Maybe I should check it out. Have you drawn anything new since I last seen you? You been making shit or no? Oh yeah. What are you gonna take? Still going for commercial art, graphic design, most likely a BFA, not a BA. Cool. That's cool, bro. Oh. That shit's too strong. Not like that. Take off variable size. Kind of gently remove this. Alright, you leaving? Alright, see you, Josh. Oh, my computer's chugging so hard. Jesus, my computer's chugging so hard. Yeah. Fuck. Alright. Man, that doesn't look very good. From far away, that looks terrible. That looks terrible. There's nothing grounding it. Everything's too light. I think it's the jar. I've put too much interference in it. And there's nothing grounding the rest of the picture, so I need to put down a bunch of other colors that will ground the painting. So I'm gonna make this into a table. And so first of all, I'm gonna take a brush. I'm gonna just take a, oh no, I can take one of these more interesting brushes. I'll take one of these. I'll take a very dark brown. I'm gonna start to define whatever surface this is on. I'll just give it like, it'll just be a table made out of planks or whatever. So I'm gonna define, and this will give it a little bit more perspective. Okay, so that's not together. The shadow's a part of the jar, so I'll just do this. And I'll make the grooves uneven. So some areas will have much more shadow, much more narrow occlusion shadows, much deeper shadows here and there. Because in real life, shadows will rarely be super uniform, especially when you're talking about crevices. So it'll be darker in some areas and then lighten up, taper off, and then, so I'm just trying to give it, and this will create more depth. So just in some areas, just really, really detail it out. I think I'll change to a hard round brush. Ground it? Like, I just mean that the painting in general is too light. Like everything's really washed out. There's not enough saturation. So the painting feels kind of like shitty. So I just need more saturation to just ground the painting. Because if you just have, like, I need more dynamics within the values. Because if you work within a really small range of values, your picture looks really washed out. So like, if your painting's just too dark or your painting's just too light, I guess I can draw that. Like here's, light, dark. So you want to utilize, in most cases, you want to have values that span the whole dynamics from black to white, right? You want something that spans the whole gamut, right? And if we were to draw a curve, you want very little white, more in the middle, and then very little black, right? So this will give you a large dynamic, you know. So if this was like amount, you want something like this, right? What can happen when your drawing looks washed out is like if all your values are just only here, right? Your values can look really washed out because nothing gets truly dark. Or if like something's over here, nothing gets truly light. So you just want, I mean, it depends on the painting. Like, if there's a situation where everything should be washed out, like there's a specific feeling you're going for, then yeah, things should look washed out, or like all your values should be grouped on the upper end, or should be grouped at the bottom end, or they should all be grouped in the middle with very tiny highlights. But in general, for most pictures, you like you just want to think about your dynamics. And right now, all of the values are really light, and nothing's really grounding the painting. Meaning, for me, I feel like when you have a good amount of saturated darker colors, it grounds the painting. So like when you look at this gem, there's a good amount of, medium to dark tones that ground it, that makes you understand what's going on. Makes it look more real, makes it very pleasing to look at. This, we all understand that pearls are very shiny, so there's not as many medium colors, but that's okay. With the portrait of this guy, a lot of it's darker, because you need to have dark values to make light values show up against it. You have to have contrast, right? So if I want you to understand that this lightness is very light and bright, I need to show a lot of darkness around it to contrast, right? You're like, oh, okay, this is very light because in comparison to all these other things that are dark, it's very bright. So that's what I mean. I have to ground it. Also, I need to ground it because a lot of the things that you have to do with all of what you have to do with rendering glass objects is making the glass look real and to show the dynamics of light through the glass. And if everything is white, the glass is pretty much invisible, So like if you were to hold up a piece of glass in front of a bright light in a very bright room, the glass is almost invisible, right? If it's just flat glass. So if I want to show off these kind of like distortions in the glass, I need to make the background darker so that it shows up against the darker background. See, even this is too timid. I just need to go dark. This is much too timid. I just need to go much darker. See, and all of a sudden, when I go a lot darker and a lot more saturated, everything starts to feel a lot nicer. Everything that's light makes sense. Everything that is a lighter value has more importance because it has stuff to be contrasted against. So I kind of want to change up some of the values. So that looks to me a lot nicer. And as we get in, I'm gonna switch to the hard round brush. And I'm gonna continue to put the sharper details. Flow up. Because you don't want everything to be formless, you want things to have actual form. So you want to give some sharp detail, like, because if you don't, everything's going to be real blurry. And that might be okay. You don't have to make the background very sharp, because sometimes you want the background to be blurry, so that your focus is on the foreground or whatever object you want the viewer to focus on. Okay, so now that I've done that, I can go to the jar layer. I can place a little more emphasis on some stuff. Oh, I didn't put it under the jar. Control, grab. Nope. This. See, now that's starting to feel much nicer. When everything's much more defined. Hmm. brush, hard round. Too saturated, a little bit more red. I need to remember that I can do multiple layers. I can do weird, like, multiply layers and stuff. What do you mean it looks scary? What makes this jar look cool? Yeah, the thing with... So, what you should do is try not to draw the teeth too early. Don't define the teeth, because when you define the teeth, it looks really scary. When you define teeth without shading them properly, it looks weird and scary. So try not doing that.
diplomacy and had them sent back to the inn. Meanwhile, Strix found herself getting a little bit in tighter and tighter and tighter with Lady Voctor, who
I think I'm gonna have to
sort of
delete.
showed her the grand tour of her estate, which included a library full of cats and a master bedroom where Lady Voctor's dead husband was lying in state in her bed, basically preserved for all time. Lady Voctor also showed Strix a lead-lined iron chest in which contained the bones of an old enemy of the family and an enemy of Strahd, and Lady Voctor warned Strix, if you oppose, this is what happens to people who oppose Strahd. They end up as bones in a little box. So, and Diath was taken away from the rest of the party members by Ezek to the town square to be locked in the stocks. And that's the last anybody in the party heard of Diath.
And I would note that Jared did tell us he wasn't going to be here this week before. So the fact that he isn't here, we expected, but now we have no idea what's going to happen.
Right, exactly. Now, Evelyn, you did talk to two men at the Blue Water Inn, Nikolai and Karl Voctor, and you sort of made a little bet with them to go check up on Diath for you, but now you're starting to wonder if maybe that was a good idea. So, Strix, you are in the master bedchamber at the Voctor estate, and just to give you a quick recap of what's here,
All right, see you, man.
you can see there is a fire sputtering in a hearth, above which hangs a framed family portrait depicting father, mother, two young sons, and a baby daughter in the father's arms. You recognize the sons as being younger versions of two men you saw at the inn, and you recognize the mother figure as being the woman standing next to you holding this open chest full of bones. The man you recognize as a younger version of the dead man lying in the master bed. Wood paneling covers the walls. There's a framed mirror next to a curtained window, and you can see some end tables with some oil lamps on them, and of course, the dead man in the bed with coins on his eyes. And Lady Voctor says, "My dear," closing the chest, "I have one more thing to show you, if you will come with me."
Lady Voctor, I have a question. I have a question for you.
Yes, my dear.
What was the guy's name in the box again?
His name was Leo Delisnia.
Wow, what a bad guy going against the Mr. Strahd. Yep, so bad. Strix is like wringing her hands right now, looking very nervous. She's just looking around the room, like frantically looking for an exit.
There's the one door that you came through, and there's the curtained window that you can't see out of because curtains. And there's a closet, but you don't think you're going to find much of an escape in there. She puts the chest back in the closet and closes the door, actually. So momentarily, her back is to you. And you're sort of standing between the master bed and the doorway. The floors creak under your feet. It would be hard to slink away without her knowing.
How flammable? I just have a question. That bored question. How flammable is a demon ichor?
If heated to sufficiently magically high temperatures, it will combust.
Magically high temperatures.
Yeah, like if you cast a spell, like
Okay.
burning hands or something like that, you could set it ablaze.
Cool.
Yeah. When Lady Fiona turns toward you again, you can see she walks over to the hearth and tucks the key to the chest back inside the fireplace in one of the secret cubby that is hidden in there. And then she comes over to you and just sort of walks past you to the door and waits for you out in the hall.
Right. I'm gonna follow her.
Okay. You walk past the double doors. You walk past the locked door, beyond which you heard a mewling voice, a female voice, a young voice, calling out, library doors, which Lady Voctor pulls closed, trapping her 8 cats inside. And then she leads you down the creaky stairs to the main level, and then she leads you around through a kitchen and a storage room to a back vestibule, and opens up a secret door with stairs of stone leading down to what you assume to be the cellar. She says, "There are some people I would like you to meet."
Oh, Lady Voctor, ma'am, I am not going in that cellar.
She says, "I assure you, my dear, it is very safe. These people are our friends."
No, no, ma'am. No. Can you tell me who it is, and then I'll go down the cellar.
Yes, they are villagers. They are locals who are part of my book club.
Part of my book club.
She
You are
says,
a farmy ass woman.
"I host a what does that mean?"
It doesn't matter. It means you're really pretty.
"Very kind of you to say, my dear.
I try.
But not as pretty as you." And she sort of holds a hand delicately up to your chin. have been more than blessed.
I'm outside at this point, right?
You're inside the sort of bowels of the lower level of the house, preparing to head down into the cellar. You did notice when you came in, when you walked up to the house, that there was another access to the cellar outside.
Okay.
But you haven't actually gone outside. You're still in the house. You see Lady Voctor take a candle off the wall, and she now has that in hand to light her way down the stairs, and she actually leads the way. She says, "These people they are simple peasants, but I bring them here to educate them on the secrets of knowledge and lore and religion and understanding and history, so that they can go off and teach others." Basically a cult.
It's pretty much a cult. But I saw the exit. Strix knows there's an exit from the cellar outside.
Yes.
We've got somewhat of a plan.
Absolutely. When Lady Fiona Voctor leads you to the bottom of the stairs, you're basically in a dirt-floored cellar that has some old cots in it, and there are some footprints across the cellar that lead up another flight of stairs to what seems to be that exit, the one on the outside, and leading to a wall. And when Fiona Voctor goes up to the wall and pushes on it, she opens up a secret brick door that leads into a torchlit chamber. And in that torchlit chamber, you can hear some voices. Sound like they're arguing or bickering with one another.
We've seen it's never a good thing is never when blood's beaten at the torchlit chamber. Good times for sure for me. Hey.
Yes.
Yep.
When you peer through the secret door, you see flickering candles in iron holders in the corners of the room, filling it with many shadows. The room has a 10-foot high ceiling and a large black pentagram inscribed on the stone floor. At each of the pentagram's points is a wooden chair, and seated in 4 of the 5 chairs are men and women in black robes with hoods, and they've got sort of red scarlet inner lining, these robes. You see a young man who has the face of an angel, a balding hulk of a man, a squat middle-aged woman, and a taller younger woman with an unsettling glare. And they all stand up out of their chairs and rise to confront you.
Pray for Strix.
Yes. And Lady Fiona Voctor doesn't introduce them to you, but introduces you to them, saying, "This is my darling niece, Strix. She has come for a visit. I wanted to meet you because she's a very special woman."
Hey Cutters, how's it going?
They all seem absolutely aghast. Your horns, your skin tone, your dark eyes, your moth-eaten robes. You're like something that Lady Fiona just summoned out of the pits of hell. And they are...
Probably what you told them.
Yes. And you can see that one by one, they all sort of bow before you, and actually the young man with the face of an angel kneels down on the floor, prostrate before you.
Oh no, none of that. Stand up, Bert. You're fine.
Yeah.
Guys, I got this good book in here. Have you ever read anything by Volo? He's really funny. Just pull out this like horn book that's like all got like little ears, like it's really good. He's funny. He talks about all the inns and the Forgotten Realms. You know, it's like Faerun. You know that? You know Faerun?
Lady Voctor says, "We don't read funny books here. We read the Grimoire of the Four Quarters."
There's 5 points on that star, so 4 would be an incorrect assessment.
She says,
Oh my
"The Four Quarters refer to the Diabolus Devastus, who was torn into 4 parts by heretics."
Tell me a bit more about this situation here. As I'm like sticking my hand in my robe, trying to like grab hold of the gourd of demonizer.
Yep. Make a perception check.
Ooh. 19.
As you wrap your fingers around the gourd and listen to their babbling, you hear a flapping noise.
Flapping?
Yes, it seems to be coming from within the room, but you can't trace its source.
Like bird or bat?
More like bat, but a big bat.
Oh no. Oh no. No bats. No.
But yeah, for the life of you, you can't see what's making the flapping noise, or get any real clue, or it looks like there's no shadows moving around the room or anything like that. And actually, none of the others seem to notice.
Oh no. I don't think
but
this is a book club.
Lady Fiona goes on to say that this Devastus, who was pulled apart into 4 pieces, actually did not die from his wounds, and the grimoire recounts how his 4 pieces were reassembled, and he was basically alive again to lead what was one of the greatest diabolical cults in history. And as she's telling you this, she sits down in her chair with the grimoire, which was sitting on the chair seat, now in her lap. And the other 4 members of her book club return to their chairs as well.
I'm gonna cast a spell.
Okay.
So I'm gonna cast prestidigitation. I'm gonna make the smell of smoke and fire come from down the stairs, and I'm gonna scream, "Oh my gosh! I saw one of the cats on the mantle. I think it's on fire."
All right. Go ahead and make a deception check.
So this was I was having nightmares about all week.
Nice. Flaming cats.
15.
Okay, that seems to arouse a great deal of alarm. All 5 of the individuals in the room, including Lady Voctor, stand up in their chairs and begin to huddle around the secret door leading out of the room. In fact, Lady Fiona Voctor goes out back into the cellar where you're just sort of brushes past you to make sure everything's okay.
All right, I follow them back out to the cellar.
Okay, and you've got the smoke is coming down from not the outside steps, but the inside steps, correct?
Yeah, the furthest steps, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, it must all be on fire. I can hear cats meowing.
Lady Fiona Voctor sort of cocks an ear to see if she can hear cats screaming.
I cast prestidigitation again, and there's cats screaming.
And you're going to try to do this
Yes,
without her recognizing that you're casting a spell?
absolutely.
All right. So normally the spell has verbal and somatic components, so I'd like you to make another deception check.
All right.
To do it under your breath.
13.
This time it appears Lady Fiona is on to you.
No!
She looks at you and just sort of narrows her gaze, and she says, "That is a childish prank."
I just learned it from my circus friend. You like the circus? We can go meet her outside.
You sort of feel these cult fanatics kind of gathering around you. It feels like you're slowly being surrounded by these
Nope.
black-clad figures.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope, I take the demon ichor and I drop it on the ground while at the same time casting, hold on, Firebolt.
Okay.
She fireballs herself.
This one's already fine.
Okay. Now, did you want to drop it essentially in your own space or into like the space adjacent to you and light it on fire? Is that the plan?
As they're coming towards me, yeah, the space adjacent.
Like right with their communication?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So throw it down. Now you're using firebolt. Make an attack roll.
Firebolt or fireball?
There's an explosion of fire underneath them that sort of lights the drones ablaze.
Yes, they're on fire!
Yeah. So I'd like you to
Both on fire.
roll damage, and it will apply to each of them.
Alright. Wait, plus
sort of go up like tinder in front of your eyes. Now you have some movement, if you wish.
Yeah, oh, I wish.
You probably used a little bit of movement to get the flask out and just throw it to the floor, but other than that, you pretty much got 25 feet to go.
Alright.
And that would get you as far as the outside door.
That's where I'm going.
Okay. You wouldn't be able.
Scooting away.
You wouldn't be able to open the door, but you'd be able to get up there for sure.
As far as I need to go for now.
All right. As you run across the earthen floor and begin to head up the stairs, a skeletal hand bursts up out of the floor and tries to grab your foot.
Oh god, of course. I'm always grabbed.
Nope.
Well, just so happens I have Misty Step.
All right. Well, you might be able to do that on your next turn. So
I'll be okay.
roll initiative, Strix.
Everything's gonna be okay. I got a 13.
All right. Good for you.
When you say that, I get so concerned.
Evelyn, you see Paulton begin to stir from his, shall we say, delirium.
He was like laying on a bench, right?
Yeah.
I was laying on a bench. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get like I kneel down next to the bench. I put my face like right by his face while as he's waking up. I'm like, "How you feeling there, Turbo?"
Like, oh god, you're right there. Okay, hi.
Hi, Paulton. I missed you. Do you feel better?
I've been better. You're very loud. You're very loud.
Sorry. I'll whisper. How's that?
I don't think it's much better. Okay.
Paulton, as your eyes sort of fix on the room, you're still in the inn. It's pretty dark and dry. You can make out faces of people you dimly recognize as maybe the innkeeper,
Ugh.
his wife, and maybe one or two patrons in the background. And Irina is actually standing a few paces.
Paulton, do you remember anything?
That's a question for in a few hours, Paulton, and not right now, Paulton.
Oh, you're not right now, Paulton. That's the one.
Go ahead, tell me a story.
Do you remember Dee? She was real big lady. She was real nice. She's gone now. It's real sad.
Oh, like gone, like in a better place, or just like left?
No, she had to go.
Oh,
And
Irina says, not to a better place.
oh.
I thought she was coming back, right? Like when they left, they didn't tell me. So I was like, I don't know, she
Right,
might be
yeah.
back.
Yeah.
I'm hoping she'll come back soon because I really like her.
Oh yeah, she was a kettle of fish. Anyway.
And so Diaz kind of got himself just sent to the stocks, you know how that kind of stuff happens. But Isaac said that he's gonna go take care of that and bring Diaz back, and no worries. But I got a little concerned, so I
I'm
said,
a little worried, yeah.
well, Isaac seems like kind of a bad guy, but it seemed pretty reasonable. He brought us back here, and then he was gonna go get Diaz so we could go look for Strix. And he really wanted us to leave, but by the will of Lathander, we'll see if that happens.
Of course.
So I sent Nikolai and Carl Wachter. I made them a double dare to send them over to make sure that Diaz was getting taken care of, and then they were gonna set that big wicker sun ablaze, the one that's supposed to be for the festival, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed a lot. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, did get a nap.
Yeah.
Yep, you're well rested.
Good. Where's our little demon friend
station while you were sleeping, and her brother was there. I think she just got a little spooked, and she just kind of ran off. And we were trying to look for her, and we couldn't find her. So that's kind of where we need to go is look and find where she ended up. But we don't want to leave Diaz behind if he is still in the stocks. Ugh, you know. So I was thinking maybe as soon as you wake up, maybe drink a little water. We could go check out the town square and see what's going on, because I'm getting a little nervous that Carl and Nikolai still aren't back.
How long was I out for?
Like a long time.
Because I could tell everything fell apart. All right, well, I'm
See,
here to
this
fix everything.
I know, and I like pat you on the cheek. I'm like, this is why we need you so much. Everything just goes to crap when you're not here.
That's understandable. Okay, I'm good to go when you are. So let's be on our merry way.
Woohoo! Let's go.
As you turn, you kind of almost run into Arena there, Evelyn, and Arena says, "Perhaps I would be this at the church.
Why?
I don't want to visit any unevenness upon the
Hmm.
You come with us to the town square.
I could do that as well. If you'd like me, I'll happily come along."
That's the easiest way to protect you. I like link
All right.
arms with her.
All right, she grabs her brother's sword off the table and clutches it tightly and prepares to set out with the two of you toward the town square. You guys head out into the rain, and that even wakes you up more, Paulton.
Oh, great.
There's rain and fog all around the inn, which is sort of right dead center of the town, with several roads leading here, there, and everywhere. But the road to the town square sort of heads south, and pretty much as soon as you get out onto the road and start to march down the town square, you see a sight that is somewhat disturbing, and that is there appears to be a massive maelstrom of crows. Just this huge black, almost like hand of crows over the town square. There must be like thousands of them, or hundreds of them at least.
I'm not an expert on animal behavior, but do you think that looks a little strange there, Paulton?
I mean, yes. Yeah. Is that where we're going?
You can
Yeah.
also hear a couple what sound like children screaming.
When I hear that, I immediately like start charging. Let's go!
Okay.
Splish, splish,
Going.
splish, 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 splish.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Here we go.
through the muddy streets charges Evelyn, getting her winged boots just absolutely slathered with mud, but not caring.
If
Irina,
I notice that they're getting mud on them, I hover over the ground.
all right, you begin to float and
Yeah.
flutter above the
I'm
ground.
still running, but just like, like with
Yeah.
2 inches between me and the ground so I don't splash.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Paulton and Irina, you're not as lucky. You get fiercely caked in mud as you run toward the town square.
Great.
Strix, it is your turn.
I want to know what happened.
He's keeping us in suspense.
Grab my skeleton hand.
Yes, it's got a good grip on you. You could do one of a number of things. You could try to attack it. You could try to pull yourself free using a strength athletics check, or you could try to slip free using a dexterity acrobatics check.
Cast Misty Step.
For that.
Get out.
Okay. Now, Misty Step takes you as far as your line of sight can see, right?
It actually just says briefly surrounded by silver teleport up to 30 feet in an occupied space. Oh yeah, that you can see. As long as I
That will get you to the top of the stairs and the cellar door leading out.
great.
Okay.
Do it.
That's your action, and then you could use your movement to
Hmm.
force the cellar door open.
That's what I want to do.
All right, it's not locked, so yes,
Oh, thank God, because I'm real bad at that.
you whip it open. Rain begins to fall down on
good here.
Everything looks good. Thumbs up.
You hear, even with your one,
Okay. Still got ears.
sounds like Izek Strasny. And he is around the front of the house beating on the door.
So I need to define
And you
the
know it's
bottom of the jar a little bit stronger.
times he calls out your name. Strix!
I think I need to show the color of the jar more,
Likes me. I'm gonna go.
maybe. Especially the thicker areas, and the thicker areas are probably going to be
To the front
corners.
Yes, you see him. He is standing on the step of Wakterhaus. He has there is a figure lying at his feet on the ground who looks in pretty bad shape. You recognize it as Lady Wakter's spy, Ernst. And Izek is banging with his fist on with one hand, and with his big fiendish hand holding his battle axe. And you can see blood dripping down the blade of the battle axe and pooling by his feet.
Strix just runs up and goes, Izek, stop! I'm okay! Go ahead and drop that guy! We're gonna get out of here!
He turns to you. You see this evil smile cross his face, and he says, "Did she harm you?"
She was real mean. They have a cult downstairs that's real bad. And we have to get out of here because I have a feeling that we're gonna want to help you get rid of that situation. You don't want there to be a cult in the town, right?
He says, "We must destroy her."
I mean, I agree with you, but can I let you do that? And then I'm gonna go meet up with my friends.
Says,
Brotherly rage and all that.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes. Very, very persuasive, Strix.
Please.
Please. 15.
All right. He leaves the bleeding Ernst on the doorstep, and with axe in hand, or he just sort of puts his axe up over his shoulder and strides toward you and says, "We go together."
As you can see, brother, I am not very
Not letting you out of my sight again.
I'm not very strong. I'm very small. So fighting her,
I have enough strength for all of us.
I do not doubt that. But I'm just gonna hang back and shoot a couple firebolts. I'll stay about 10 feet behind you.
He says, "I want you to stay closer."
See, your axe swings about at least 5 feet, so 10 feet is about as close as I could get to you, bro.
He says, "Where are we going?"
She's in the basement. She's down in
All
the
right.
basement.
Yeah, you lead him, or he walks around to the side of the house. He sees the open doors to the cellar, and he, persuaded by you, begins to stomp his way down inside. You get to the top of the stairs. You can see his ominous shadow is now in the cellar, and you can also hear screams and cries of panic still rising from the cellar from the people you burned.
Yep.
Do you follow him down into the cellar?
This is the lesser of two evil situation right here. I do want to help him, so sure, follow him into the cellar. I'm gonna give him a little bit of help. Not too close though.
All right. Yes.
I'm just on the stairs after he's killed that skeleton hand.
Come back to us, Strix.
Yeah. When you get to when you descend back down into the cellar, your eyes obviously. You can see Izek has landed on the earthen floor of the cellar, and 5 skeletons erupt from the dirt around him and begin to assail him. While that's going on, you can see that the fanatics are still putting out their cloaks and rolling on the ground, while Lady Fiona sort of chides them for not having enough faith.
Oh.
Lady Fiona does take note of your shadow in the top of the stairs, and she just waves a finger at you.
And I'm like, suck it, Bert.
Wow.
All right. Do you want to, on your turn, make any sort of attack, action, or anything? Well, you're going to help Ezek.
Where's the grimoire?
Good question. The grimoire, you believe, is still in the room of the pentagram behind Lady Voctor.
Right. I'm not gonna be able to get that.
Yeah, you'd provoke a lot of opportunity attacks from
So
skeletons.
from like a million skeletons.
Yeah.
Well, I see he's doing fine, and I'm gonna go reunite with my friends.
Oh, okay. Just leave him there.
It's fine.
Okay.
I was like, you get him, brother. I'll be right back.
And he's surrounded by skeletons going, "Where are you going?
Just to the town square. It's fine. It's fine.
Strix, get back here!"
Infernal blood, buddy. I'm sorry. Sometimes I make poor decisions. I'll see you later. You got a huge arm.
You start to run away, looking over your shoulder periodically as Voctor House gets smaller and smaller in your view, making your way south toward the town square.
Rix is a winner.
Evelyn, when you arrive,
You'll be fine.
a couple people run past you, fleeing the town square. An old woman, what you assume to be her grandson, a small boy, basically. You can also see some people closing the doors of their shops that look out onto the town square, and you can hear people.
This is the problem. There should be shine on this side because that's where the light's coming from, but not necessarily on this side.
Anybody who was in the town square has just mostly cleared out. And you
Probably do
also
one of
see what
these.
appears to be a guard being harangued by a flock of ravens. And he's just sort of flailing his arms in the air and kind of covering his face and eyes while running blindly through the muddy square, trying to get away from these damn birds.
That looks a lot nicer.
People in stocks who aren't being bothered by the birds at all. They range in size from full adults to young children. They're all wearing paper mache donkey heads.
In the stocks.
Yeah, they're basically locked in the stocks with donkey heads on.
So I couldn't see if Diaz was still in the stocks then.
You would be able to tell based on what he was wearing that he is not in the stocks. But you're not really drawn to the stocks so much. On the opposite side of the square. And the reason your eye is drawn there is there are some ravens perched on top of the gallows, squawking loudly, and hanging by a noose, dangling there lifelessly, is Diath.
Oh no!
I scream no, and I immediately like boots behind me fly directly toward Diaz to try to like get him down from there in the hopes that he might still be breathing.
All right. And then Paulton and Irina, you're very close behind. You see the same thing. You see Diath's lifeless corpse dangling from the gallows. You also notice, Paulton, since this is your first time kind of looking around, that you can see the buildings in the town square decorated with limp, tattered garlands and painted wooden boxes filled with tiny dead flowers. It looks like the remnants of previous festivals, basically. In addition to the peasants locked in the stocks, you see what appears to be a crumbling stone fountain, rising from the center of which is a gray statue of an impressive man facing west. You can also see proclamations on various boards and walls and doors that say, "Come one, come all, to the greatest celebration of the year, the Festival of the Blazing Sun. Attendance and children required, rain or shine, all will be well. Signed, the Baron."
Screw that, not all is well. When I intercept Diaz, I just try to like grab him around the waist and lift him up.
Okay, now the gallows are sort of raised up a bit, but there is a trap door in the floor of the gallows that Diath is sort of hanging down in. So you can either crawl under the gallows and sort of push him up by the feet and lower legs, or you can climb onto the gallows and sort of just try to lift his body up and offset some of the pressure or weight or whatever.
Yeah, I like 1 foot on either side of the trap door kind of thing.
Okay.
Grab him around the waist, lift
Right.
him up.
Yeah, and you're not a particularly tall figure, but
No,
you're
I'm
strong.
very small. Yeah.
Yeah. So Paulton, while she's doing this, what do you do?
I'm just in shock just Dia's corpse. I'm just like, oh god, Dia, this place is kind of depressing. Dia, no! And then I'm just like, well, Evelyn seems to have it. I'll just
All right.
go get him, Tiger.
While you're lamenting Diath, Irina kind of puts one of her cold hands on your shoulder to comfort you, but it doesn't feel like much of a comfort.
Please don't touch me.
Yeah, and you sort of shed her touch.
It's like,
And by the way, none of the ravens here seem to bother Evelyn, you, or Irina in the slightest. They seem to be clearing out the square and chasing off townsfolk and guards. Evelyn, you are able to sort of heave Diath up. His neck is still hooked in the noose, however, so you're kind of like holding on to him. He is no longer, the weight of him is no longer pulling him down, but he seems drained of life and limp in your grasp.
No. So I can't reach up and try to like get the noose off of his head.
No, not while
I'm
you're
too
doing what
little.
you're doing. Yeah, not while you're doing what you're doing. You need another person to help you or
Have
something.
I seen Strix?
You have not.
I yell, Paulton, get over here and help me.
okay. I head over and help.
Get the noose off his neck.
Okay, Paulton, you climb up onto the gallows. You can certainly pull the noose off him. When you do, his head tilts at an unnatural angle.
No.
Nope, no, thank you.
No. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
And now he's completely free of the contraption, and you can either lay him down or do whatever you want with him. But his eyes are open, his tongue's hanging out, and his head is bent at a weird angle.
I just go up to them like, hey, you he's not looking good.
I tried to like take his pulse.
There isn't one.
No. I'm like, Evelyn is like visibly very shaken and very upset, and like tears are starting to roll down her face, and you can see this like internal struggle that she's having. And she kind of kneels down and like puts both hands on Diath, and then like takes a deep breath and then starts slowly saying a prayer to Lathander, like blessing his life and committing him to the light. But it's like slow and
Hey, what's up?
and not her usual lilting like, bless us, Lord, morning Lord, blah 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 blah. It's just very like she's pulling it out of her soul as hard as she possibly can while the tears are streaming down her face.
And I'm providing a very somber background tune as she's reciting.
That makes me cry harder.
I'm like, oh no, whoops, okay.
Evelyn, while you do that, this weird thing happens to you, which has never actually happened to you before. Although you've heard through your religious schooling and everything, you've heard that very profound moment, but the world around you just seems to slow to a crawl, almost like your voice and your chant is sort of governing time.
Whoa.
Rain starts to sort of fall slowly, and the birds you see just sort of flapping very slowly, people running away very slowly. The music is much more slow from Paulton's instrument, and it's just like you were totally owning this moment.
Whoa. I look around as this is happening.
Yeah, the rain and tears are coming down your face.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like I'm in control of time.
It's a weird feeling. It's like somehow the world is responding to your dismay. And just sort of this moment is just sort of moving by in slow motion in a way that makes it like it's something you'll never be able to forget.
Do I feel... If I feel this great power that I am channeling, I guess I try, like, I was doing this prayer, like, because Evelyn believes that, you know, when you move...
Here, 1 second.
to a different light, and
into the light, but she's feeling this deep sense of personal loss. So she continues this prayer, but she places her hand on his heart and then says to Lathander something to the effect of like, "Great and
I hear some weird noises coming from outside. Oh, never mind. How's Photoshop coming? It's coming. It's coming okay. Um, you can see some of the things I've done. I did this. I did a pearl.
merciful morning."
So it's coming along. So these are pretty
Let it be done.
simple. Like they're more straightforward. You know, this is kind of more straightforward. But this one is actually pretty complicated. It's multiple textures and multiple layering, and also like
I've gone into the light.
um
I ask for guidance. I say, Lathander, morning lord, I feel a great disturbance. Tell me what I should do as your servant. And I just like I'm trying my hardest to reach up and hear the will of Lathander.
it's difficult because glass is always a little difficult to do.
Evelyn, everything seems pretty normal to you.
Mhm.
Time is not slowed down or anything like that. But you do get that it's like there was this chaos with the birds and the running and the people. And then after a moment of dealing with Diath and playing your music and just sort of helping Evelyn cope with the situation, you look around and the town square is desolate. It's like all the birds are gone practically, except a few fluttering here and there. The townsfolk have certainly run away, and you just hear the sound of rain coming down eaves and other kind of storm sounds. You hear thunder, and when you look up at the sky, you see briefly a menacing form in the clouds that looks vaguely like a gigantic skull.
Huh. That's concerning.
And then it just sort of dissolves into the gray morass of clouds over your head. And that's when you see Strix.
Because not only does this have
She
a bunch of different
square.
clear things, but it has multiple see-through things, which is I haven't really done before. So it's a little bit
She's still running.
it's a little bit new for me.
Going, no, no, no! I didn't put him in the dead book. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault this time. It wasn't my fault. No one's gonna die. It's not my fault. And she's like running and running and running, and she's crying, and she's like throws herself on the ground and is like, "You stupid priest! Let's get him to the temple. No one dies here. Cutters don't die. There's no end. No one goes to the light. They go somewhere else, and it's just as bad. We have to go someplace to raise him. We can raise him. It's fine."
Your fugue, Evelyn, is shattered by Strix's voice. Time returns to normal. Diath is still dead at your feet, and you have this coldness in your heart that something has basically trapped his soul. He cannot go into the light, not here. No one goes into the light here.
Can I do a religion check just to see if there's anything else I know about this that I would know from like my instruction, or is that basically everything I would know? Just I know his soul
You
didn't.
could make a religion check for sure.
Okay.
Also, in my mind now, Strix is 100% totally not cool with her brother.
12.
The only thing that occurs to you at this point, given everything that you've experienced and seen, is last rites.
Okay. So I
I'm like, there's a temple here. Let's take him to the temple.
Also, I'm listening to some people playing D&D.
To bring it back. No one's gone.
You're right. I'm kind of like shaking my head and trying
Grabbing
to
on
get
her
my bearings.
robes with my dirty hands and like messing up her armor, and I'm like, listen to me.
I gather Diath up. Can I carry him? I'm really strong.
Yeah, I mean it's only awkward because he is considerably taller than you. But other than that, you can certainly carry him.
Okay. I do this even though it's difficult for me. I do it with less like teeth set in determination because this
Now
was my friend.
you know that you've left horses at the inn, which is on the way to the church.
Mhm.
You also can find here, if you want, a cart. There are lots of carts left behind in the town square.
How's stuff coming along for you?
Right now, she doesn't even think about the cart. She's just like.
Have you been
pulling
drawing?
Dieth, and she starts like. She nods to Strix and doesn't even say anything, and just starts like walking toward the inn to get the horses and head on to the church.
And Strix is non-stop. Stop.
Yep.
She just keeps talking. She's like, no. There's the Dusty's, the dead book, and it was I don't know where I'm doing the leafless street. She's just yelling and like scratching at her robes and just like pulling out things and throwing them on the ground, and she's having a breakdown.
It's Canada Day in Canada,
Dieth is picked up and
so I hear a lot of fireworks going off.
I'm figuring this is probably a good time to pack it up and tag along.
Okay, Arena will do the same. You can see that she's somewhat at a loss. She doesn't.
So I'm just putting little highlights because that seems like one of the most important things to rendering glass.
And nothing stings more than a loss of someone you trust. And she will follow with sword in hand, kind of keeping an eye on the ravens a bit. All right, you're able to make your way back toward the inn.
It still looks like real messy.
Underneath the overhang, the
What do I
steel
do?
overhang, next to
What
the
do I
south
do?
of the main entrance, they both look very nervous, and when they see you, their concerns are justified.
I'll just clear up some of this stuff, maybe.
They come over and they ask you, if there's anything they can do.
And this is the guards. Is that what you said?
Sorry, this is Erwin and Danica Martikoff, the innkeepers.
Gotcha.
Strix just stumbles up to him and is like, I know this might be a lot to ask, but just a little, just have a bottle of Bob for me, I'm just gonna carry it with
Yeah, Erwin will actually give you his personal flask of good stuff. He says it's rich Red Dragon Crush wine.
Oh, good, because the wine that crazy evil lady gave me was super gross. It was probably blood.
Danica says, we heard from the keepers that your friend was hanged. I am so sorry. Are you taking him to the temple?
I see them and like these questions that they're asking us. I don't even stop. Like I nod at them and I go right toward Valentina. I don't even say anything. I just have like singular purpose.
All right, you put Dieth up on Valentina. Erwin will help you because he's like 6'4" and he can actually get up much more easily. And actually, he'll help you up onto the horse just to expedite things.
I accept his help gratefully.
And once that's done, he lets you go without a word. And he's also got Walter. He pulls Walter out.
So Paulton, I wait for Paulton and Strix to get on Walter.
Okay. Who's controlling the reins on Walter?
I guess I will. I'm not carrying it. So.
All right, and Paulton,
Her way around a horse.
you're riding behind her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
One time I get to ride the horse in the front. Ugh.
Arena is going to.
Looks
she's
okay.
in briefly.
Hmm.
Let folks know what she saw. And also,
If I put a bunch of blue on the bottom, like desaturated dark blue.
what happened to him?
So, she's like takes another drink of this. So,
Ugh, that doesn't look
crazy
right.
lady in the big crazy house. She was real mean, and then Isaac found me, and I set everything on fire, and I left him to kill her. So, just so you know, might come back, he might not. Hoping he doesn't. Hoping that's a not. Comes back dead, or is dead.
Arena will say that she'll wait at the inn in case D returns, and if D returns, she and D will
I think this side looks okay. I think this
Stay
side looks
away
kind
from
of
those
bad.
families. They're bad for this town. They're fighting each other. But the other one, the lady boxer, stay away from her. She's friends with the big bad guy, the big bad blood Strahd.
Irina will nod, and you guys head off to St. Andral's Church, a slouching, centuries-old stone church on the west side of town, within the walls.
I tried to put little hints that it's in water, but I don't know.
Depicting pious saints. A fence of wrought iron encloses a garden of gravestones.
Maybe I scatter some white across the top of the water.
You can see the doors are closed. There is a figure over in the graveyard who seems to be smoothing out one of the graves with a shovel.
And then maybe come back in with very delicate
Figure is hard to make out.
highlight.
Looks like a young man, dark, sort of ominous silhouette. He seems to be the only sign of life in the area. But the church doors are right in front of you.
I basically just don't stop until I've dismounted, taken Diath, taken him to like the front of the church or the altar or whatever is there, and kind of like laid him down, and then I wait for Paulton and Strix to join me, like expectantly. I stand there like preparing myself.
All right, Evelyn, make a perception check.
Put a little bit more detail on the metal that I've put around the top. It's a little unfortunate. I probably need more pixels. Like I need a little bit more resolution. Like it's unfortunate that I drew it so small in the first place. Because I probably could use the extra pickles, the extra pixels to help render some of this stuff out.
15.
I need extra pickles.
With 15, you notice carved into the architrave above the doorway is a symbol that looks familiar to you. It is a symbol of the Morning Lord, but it's an ancient one. And it matches the symbol on Lady Lydia Petrovna's rosary that she gave you.
Ooh. Okay.
And, you guys all planning to go inside the church then?
I'm gonna ask the guy who's burying him, just be like, "Hey, I'm also probably drunk at this point. Who are you burying?"
He sort of. This is what he looks like.
Oh, such a handsome grave.
Handsome fella, yeah.
But he sort of gives you this somber, dour look, and he says, "No one."
No one. That's a weird name. All right, let's get back to the church.
I like hold out my hand as soon as Paulton and Strix come to the door. I hold out my hands to them like a come join me.
Okay. When you go into the church,
So, because there's probably light on the top and the bottom, I need to make the shadow. I mean, it's solid metal, but I need to make the shadow more in the center, not from the bottom. Like it needs to be darkest in the center.
and you can see there is also an altar boy at the far end of the chapel, fidgeting with some candlesticks near the altar. When the priest sees you, he turns a little pale.
Do I, as a paladin, like in things like last rites or ceremonies or anything like that, do I feel as equipped to perform those as a priest would, or am I more just like a warrior for the cause?
You're more of a warrior for the cause. You were taught certain basic last rites, basically battlefield last rites, nothing too elaborate, but to basically lay comrades to arms and rest.
Okay.
So you know basic ones. You feel like you're equipped to do at least that much.
But his last rites would be like a couple HP higher than my last rites.
Yeah, he'd be quoting scriptures that you
Okay.
probably wouldn't do.
So I say, fellow servants of the Morning Lord, I greet you in the name of Lathander. I come bearing a fallen comrade and must perform last rites. Are you Are you the priest here,
Yes, I'm Father Lucian.
Father Lucian? Oh, I forgot I had an accent because I'm sad. When Evelyn gets
Colton,
sad, apparently
Evelyn's
she
so
loses her
sad her accent went away. I don't know what to do.
He says, Father Lucian Petrovic at your service.
Very pleased to make your acquaintance.
I am sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I would like to say a
Cutter, it
prayer.
doesn't have to be a loss. We can bring him back. Use your whatever. You know, there's other planes. There's a million planes. There's a million places. I'm like yelling at this old man. Strix is
As you start yelling at him, everybody becomes aware that there are actually a few like villagers in kind of cloaks in some of the back pews, just sort of praying quietly. Their prayers are being interrupted by this sort of
by a
rant,
screaming devil.
by a
standing
screaming devil woman who has just come striding into their church to berate this priest. And you can see that they all just sort of shrink and shrivel into the shadows, terrified utterly.
As she's screaming, I just kind of walk up and I put a hand on Strix's shoulder. I'm like, time and place.
I won't give up.
Well, if I
scream
try.
at you, Paulton, very loudly.
Okay, well, done all I can here.
The priest Lucian says, "It is possible to bring back the dead,
I told you. I look at Evelyn very poignantly.
but there is only one man in this land who has ever done it, to the best of my knowledge."
And I would guess that would be Strahd.
Oh no, no, no! This is a force of light.
But, Father, we should let our friend move from this.
No.
path
You can bring him
into the
back.
light.
Shush, you paladin.
This is
Shush
his path.
Shush your bone box,
No.
your pie hole.
Do not believe that, my dear. The souls of the dead cannot pass into the afterlife here. The mists prevent any such escape. Those who die here are damned to stay here forever.
I'm like petrified by this idea. This is terrifying. Is there nothing we can do to
Now we're speaking my language.
pay
We
him
don't
his
know what to
respects
say.
and give him his last rites? We must help him on his way to the light, whether
No,
it's
he's
bringing
not
him back.
going to the light, Evelyn.
I'm talking about the light.
Oh my god, you're all
We are cut
so
off
loud.
from the light. We are cut off from the light here as long as the mists surround us. And they will always surround us as long as the devil has us in his clutches.
So if we need to help Paul or Diath get to the light, then we need to bring him back to life right now so that he can get to the light once we get out of this damn place.
He
Well, who
says,
is this person that can bring him back to life? Tell us now.
Oh God, I hate you so much.
I love you too, Strix.
says, "The abbot of St. Markovia Abbey."
The abbot.
Brooks is like writing it down, and she's just like writing in the list of things they need, and just being like, "All right, horse is ready, time to go. Thanks, Cutter."
He brought back from the dead the son of the burgomaster of Kresk.
The Burgermaster of Cress.
Or so they say.
And where can we find this abbey, Markovia Abbey?
The Abbey of St. Markovia is on a mountain above the village of Kresk, far to the west at the edge of Strahd's domain.
Far to the west. How far? How long will it take us to get there?
He says, "You must travel through wolf-infested forest. Follow the road, the old Svalak road. It will lead you there."
How many days?
He says, "You can be there. You can be there in a day if you're lucky."
Then let's go. We have no time to lose. I would assume that a fresher dead body is better to bring back to life than a deader dead body, so let's get moving. Evelyn's starting
That's
to
the
get like
smartest
her.
thing you've ever said, Evelyn.
She's starting to get her like her rosiness back. She's starting to smile. She's excited about this, so she like again is picking up Diaz, kind of like this time instead of like this death procession like cradling him and plotting. She's more like kind of fireman Carrie, like, let's go, let's get him all healed up. And she's like rallying people to come out the door.
And just like that, she's good. All right.
We might need help to get him there. It's just 3 of us. We're down 1 person.
What about your brother? He's real strong.
We could go get him, but he's also a horrible monster and super evil.
Oh, evil's no good. We can't use it. What about Arena? We should grab Arena.
Arena could help us,
Yeah.
but we also promised to protect her.
Well, we can't protect her if we're not with her.
That's true. You do have a big axe thing.
I mean, I can protect us all. I'm just saying that Arena being at the inn isn't doing us any favors in the protecting her department.
That's true. We need help. We can't do this with just the 3 of us.
I say we ride for the inn, we get Arena, and we head for the St. Markovia Abbey as soon as possible.
Right. That sounds good.
All right. So just as fast as you blew into this church, you blow out.
I wave goodbye to the handsome gravedigger.
Gravedigger.
Bye.
He just
Drinks later?
he holds up a hand, and
May the light always shine upon you.
he says, actually, he doesn't know what to say because he doesn't know what you came to the church for. You just sort of ran in and you ran back out. He just sort of gives you a dumb stare, not quite fathoming who you are, what you are, why you've come, or where you're going. So with that, you head back to the inn. When you get to the inn, you see Arena is still there waiting for you. She has not seen any
Ooh,
signs
Smaybe's on.
or of Dee's
See ya.
Tavio. They both seem to have disappeared.
Oh yeah, I would have wanted to get D too. It's unfortunate D's not here, but we have no time to waste, Arena. We have to go to the
Time to ask someone
right
better
now.
than me how to
And I
do
would like you to come
something.
with us so that we can protect you, and maybe you could also help us as well.
She says, I have my...
Attracting the older crowd? Me? I guess. Hey, what's up, slumbering giant? Slight. Just gotta go.